All right, test. Wednesday, July. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, July the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you. I can see the two yeses, so you guys can see me or see my screen and hear me. Well, there's no point in going over everything that was down today. There is down today. Guys are sure or aware at, excuse me, at 8:30 the CPI came out. Just before that, the market looks like it was, was a little bit positive, and then look at that big 15-minute candle at 8:30. So most stocks are down. So there's 0 point in really talking about all of them. So let me start talking about the ones that I was seeing that had moved up before all this. Take a look at XRTX. And some of these stocks are not going to be affected too much by the overall market conditions, and that's what we're kind of looking for. XRTX, a Canadian stock, 11 million in the float. Excuse me, and announcing positive top line results. Not sure what phase it is. It's not shortable for me, so this would be one of those ones which I probably try to short. Give me a moment here. Just because it's a cheap bio, and it's obviously not phase 3, but no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Pets, PETZ. It's actually moved, I think, after hours yesterday. Yeah, so Pets moved after hours yesterday, some kind of a canceling. Not sure if it's a financing. This is annoying now with Interactive Brokers. The headlines that I see earlier seem to disappear now. There must be a setting. APEN, APEN, gapped up is a gap. Yeah, actually the gap is still here. Some FDA news. So this is a cheap one. Well, a lot in the float. So this iron source, IS, is being bought out by you. Not by you, but by the letter U. Yeah, Unity to buy iron source for $4.4 billion. So anyway, that's put now that had downward pressure even before the market was falling at 8:30. That had downward pressure based on that buyout anyway. Another one has nothing to do with the market. ATRA, negative phase 2 results. So ATRA has just been clobbered 48% down on an all-time low now. So I'll have to watch this one, see if this shows up on the 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. It's an all-time low. TXMD, again, this tanked before the CPI numbers. And I guess they were looking to be, there was a merger or a buyout, and now that is off. And I'm, price target now announced at $1 by Cantor Fitzgerald. And that's TXMD. So remember yesterday, the airlines looked all pretty robust. Everything was moving higher and higher and higher. And Delta was going to have had earnings, was going to have earnings today. And here's your result, guys. So Delta DAL released earnings before the market opened, and no good reaction. And that, again, this is before all this happened at 8:30. Okay, the Delta was already sinking before then. FAST is another earnings play. FAST, another earnings play. And this is gap down on earnings. One that we've followed for a few months now. It seems Box D. Box D is gapping up a little bit. Wells Fargo has put an $8 price target on them. Wells Fargo. Yeah, I see WYY is actually nipping a little higher here. I was thinking this was Weyerhaeuser, but of course it's not. Awarded $73 million task order by the United States Coast Guard for cellular wireless managed services. So that is WYY, that is the news. And as usual, a low float, 7.9 million in the float. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is was 348. It's right there now. The next high after that is 440. Yeah, actually there are a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for that one. 189,000. So today has maybe a slightly, for me anyway, a slightly different feel for it. I was pretty excited about to see what was going to happen in the 10-day daily breakout. Even I didn't really care what the market conditions were because this week is produced in an awesome fashion, as has the 10-day daily breakdown. But this 10-day daily breakout, which I mean, I pay attention to it, but again, in the last 3 or 4 days, it had some spectacular breakouts. So I was sort of bound and determined that today, no matter what happened, I would take them. But I don't know. Today has just that slightly different feel to it for me. Yeah, I was slightly over the CI or CPI. Let's see anything else happening here in terms of stocks that are. I mean, there's no point in looking. Here are my pre-market actives up. Normally, you can't see the entire list. I'd have to scroll down. Look at the pre-market actives down. I have to keep scrolling, 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 scrolling all the way down here. So obviously with that CPI coming out, and here are the gap downs, only 2 gap ups, meeting my requirements. And look at this. Now, I mean, who knows? We might have a little recovery. Again, you mean blue collar? Yeah, if you won't short the market, say for either A, because your broker won't allow you, because of your account, or for psychological reasons. Yeah, so we finally found out with PLRX. So when the news first hit about a financing, it was going to be $150 million. They've been able to up that to $200 million. And the price was at 1850. So it's actually above the financing price. And that is PLRX. So that is it's a little encouraging, I guess, for that company. Yeah, if I cannot see exactly what the news is, so what I did was I just said yeah, FDA news. That's all I got for APEN. It grants a de novo marketing authorization to Apollo for new endoscopic systems for patients with obesity, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some news for APEN. Not a crazy low float, 31 million, not high, but not low, not low, low. So APEN, let's see where it could go. I mean, 561, next high is looking left on the daily chart. So it looks like there's a lot of resistance between this price, 530, and at 560, 570 level. If you just look at a daily chart. All right, it is 9:10, so I'm going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have right now. Yeah, he's probably saving money if he has to just pay them $1 billion for the breakout. Really, if you think about it. Okay, just give me a moment here as I try to find. Here we go. All right, here are some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades. Whoa, do we ever have a big, long downgrade list? Oh, well, and that's probably the biggest I've seen. So, look at the upgrades in now. I will not be able to get all the downgrades in. We have a couple of upgrades from Goldman. Let's take a look at them right now. AWI, an upgrade from Goldman. See if it's had any effect yet. And also we have an upgrade for PWSC. PWSC from Goldman. Cheap one, PWSC. No volume yet. So those are two upgrades. Okay, now let's take a look at the downgrades. There are a ton of downgrades, guys. As I say, I don't think I'll be able to get them all in. I'm going to expand this list long enough so I can see it on my monitor. Barely. Wow. Okay, let's get a few of them in. I'm going to see if there are any multiple downgrades. They're piling into ATRA. That's already been hit hard though. We got about 10 more to go. It was more than 10. Last two. All right, guys, there is your big list of downgrades this morning. So, I mean, I guess this is the one that I mean, it's already pulled back quite a bit though. I'm sure some of you guys shorted this one already, the WYY. Just looking to see what sort of resistance there is. What did it get up to? It got up to 376, and what is that number? 362, and that number is 357. So got right up into this area. Delta is continuing its descent. No pun intended, but seriously, Delta. So, I mean, there was, that's last month's low. Last month's low was 28.10, and it's approaching it. Well, let's take a look at the indexes, or the major ETFs, I should say. Going to, from our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then Sector Status. And we're going to see just a sea of red, including not quite the energy stocks. I was going to say maybe not quite the energy stocks. I saw oil is basically flat today. So what you're seeing here, the major ETFs, major sectors, and then for instance, XLE is the major ETF within the energy sector. So usually it's an all or nothing. So a little bit interesting today. These are the stocks that make it up. So when you see 76% red, that means 76% of the stocks that, excuse me, that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And as I say, usually it's an all or nothing. Usually they're either 100% up or 100% down. But so there's that. But you know, just look at the rest of the sectors. I mean, 97% of tech stocks, 90% of communication stocks down from the close. Healthcare. I mean, there's no strong sector, guys. Now, if I look at this in a little bit different fashion in about, say, 45 minutes, and I use the change from the close, we may see an entirely different picture. If the market rallies just a little bit, you might start to see a lot of these stocks go from red to green in terms of the change from the close. So, bleakness, doom and gloom right now. But again, We've seen this. It's just that, that nine number is, if it gets to double digits, I think that's going to be the big shocker. Even if it's just a point above now, when it's just to see double digits, right? Just looking to see if anything is showing up either on the upside or the downside, sneaking in. SFIX, is this an earnings play? Stitch Fix. Tough to say. This is a little bit of a move here. Company director. Okay, there's a big insider purchase. That's a big insider purchase. Some guy, some director put $5.4 million into this company. Right at this, basically at the price. I bought 1 million shares at an average price of $5.43 a share, and he's a company director. It's pretty interesting. I haven't seen an insider buy like that for a while. Hmm, interesting. Never heard of this. BLCN, the Siren Nasdaq Next Gen Economy ETF. Never heard of this at all. Of course, Delta is dragging down all the airlines. So if you're looking to short the airlines, here's your ETF, JETS. XSD, what that's some kind of an ETF, semi ETF. Well, I'll almost for sure be sitting in my hands for the first 15 minutes, and unless something extraordinary happens. I mean, the Actra is the one. I mean, it's an all-time low right now. Okay, so I suppose if it shows up right off the bat, lots and lots of shares available to short. There are 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers, so excuse me, there could be more downward pressure put on this one. It's already down 50%. And it's something to do with phase two negative. That's all I've got. That's my notes. I do know, yes. I talked about that. Said how they were going to raise $150 million, and now it's $200 million at 1850. Yeah. AAL, another new low. Any airline, I'm sure. How about JetBlue? How's it doing? And United. Some of you follow this Carvana CVNA's important level, I guess, $21. I mean, but again, a lot of stocks are going to look just like this with a big red candle at 8:30, matching the SPY action. Yeah, just funny for me anyway. This day has sort of an unsettling feel to it. It was really, really, but you know what? I'm going to remain optimistic to a certain extent. See what happens with this 10-day daily breakout. Certainly follow the 10-day daily breakdown, but see what happens with this 10-day daily breakout. And of course, I'll be following the races all day long. I'm going to spend a little more time in checking out this increasing relative volume and comparing it, what's happening with it, and the gainers from the open. Wow, look at this list of stocks that are down at least $1. Oh man. All right, I'm going to get these races started. Yeah, the PLRX, I guess that's a one encouraging stock to take a do well to keep in mind because they did their financing at 1850, so it's $1.50 above. Pretty good timing to be able to raise. That's a lot of money. Well, $200 million. Yeah, $200 million. All right, guys, this market is going to open in less than a minute. So let's have a great trading day. You know, if you're new to trading, I would probably sit out the first 30 minutes, let things settle down a little bit. Things are very, very frantic when the market opens. I tend to sit out the first 15 anyway. Yes, transcendent. If you, I can give this to you right now. Okay. In fact, I think I have it. Let me just quickly. Okay, we're now open, guys. I hope I saved it. Here we go. Increasing relative volume. This is a race. This is actually based on the channel here. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, and it's the volume and something. Why can't I find it? It should be up here somewhere. Come on, I know it's up here somewhere. It's called volume, price and volume. Okay, it's called price and volume. So, and so if you click on it, you'll see there's a race in the bottom, and it's based on that. All right, so let's see what's happening right off the bat. So pets is moving higher, a little bit higher, but not much. So let's take a look at the market. So we're down 350, SPY's down 50, NAS is down 180. Market is just kind of what we'd like to see. I mean, if you're want to have an encouraging sign, is not another giant red candle. Again, another example of how erratic things can be in the first 15. BEKE showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Um, there's always a possibility I will take one of these early before the 15 minutes if it's also an all-time low and it has some specific news. So I could not check both of those boxes. This is not an all-time low, and I don't see any specific news of the market conditions. So look what happened. You had an alert at 1410, and now it's popped right back up. So that is a reason why I wouldn't take that right off the bat. Now the ATRA is a little bit different case here. The ATRA is an all-time low, and of course it has the bad news. All right, so the ATRA is definitely of interest to me. I mean, this has been beaten up horribly, and several more downgrades. It's an all-time low. But even it is still kind of, I'm looking at 375. 375 was the trigger. So if it gets back into the 360s, this is something I may take a short immediately. Market is just kind of resting a little bit here. Okay, well, here we go. Let's see. All right, Clovis is on the move here. Clovis on the move, CLVS. This is not caring so much about what the market's doing. Viru, as usual, is active, just an actively trading stock. It can be very whippy, VERU. Come on, Astra, do something into the 40s or something. There we go. And guys, again, this is what I'm talking about right here, ATRA. So I was able to get it right around 374. I was actually surprised to get it so easily because it's down, of course, way more than 10%, but it must be because there's so many shares available. All right, I wanted it to get into the 40s and it has, so I've covered some, the ATRA. We're in the 344 mark and it just popped up a little bit, so that's might be a good cover. Yeah, I've got monkeypox over here. SIGA, I have this thumbnailed. It won't go away either. Now, Rhythm, RYTM, just a nice move yesterday. Yeah, it's almost at the high yesterday, 688. Okay, there's the U now showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Boy, it's almost a lifetime low also. All right, Viru, what's your next high looking left? Is 1641. Speaking of Viru at 1641, that just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Massively whippy though. Guys, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, there's the Viru, 1619. It did get up to 1640, but this can be very, very whippy. All right, I'm all out of the Atra. Now, William, do your little thing and tell us how much Atra is worth. Okay, maybe it's worth more than we think. Twitter is actually showing up as in the relative volume. Hindenburg Research, yeah, says have accumulated a significant long position in shares of Twitter. Now, do we like Hindenburg, Zach? I can't remember if that's one of the ones you think is good. Oh, Hindenburg, yeah. So they're going long. Now, normally they're, of course, like the thump stock's down. So all right. Well, actually, we're getting actually a bit of an encouraging first 15-minute candle. At least it wasn't a giant red one to start. Pets is Pets is on the move here. Okay, so Pets is showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. My issue with it would be this. I mean, look at the pre-market, and it seems to be a lot of resistance right around that 283, excuse me, that 283 mark. You just look at that, that's all the pre-market, lots of action right there. So it might struggle to get through that. 11 cents for Atra, okay. Can't remember if this is the one that Wells Fargo put a no, not Wells Fargo. Somebody put a $1 price target on them. I can't remember if it was Atra though. Okay, keep an eye on the Viru again, VERU above 16 again, but it's a whippy one. No, there was some other company that somebody put a $1 price target on them. All right, Hazy. Now, I don't think, I mean, Hazy is showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown also. Now, of course, this one was the awesome short from yesterday. Got slammed by Muddy Waters. And that just, I mean, that closed almost at the low of the day. All right, guys, this one from yesterday, a very, very wild one. KSPN, very wild one. You can see exactly what it did. It got up to 1028. It broke through that 200-day moving average, and then they, the nefariousness of it all, announced a financing during market hours. I've got to eliminate GME from my thumbnails. So it is trying to recover. KSPN, crazy low float. What is the float for VERU? Yeah, so it's not really low, but it sure trades like a very, very low floater. VERU. Yeah, for me, Clovis is just too close to the $3 mark. The next high looking left is 327, but I think that Clovis is just too close to that $3 mark for me to be too interested. Looking for stocks with, bigger gaps, of course. Gossamer Bio. This is running here, Gossamer, and it's got some room to nine. I mean, if you look left on the daily chart, you'll see a couple of candles right here around $9. So it's got a little bit of room. And it's probably actually it's not a low float, 54 million in the float, so it's not low. Whoa, there's the Viru now. Boy. And we have a halt. NA, now this one was halted a couple of times. This is I guess the IPO yesterday. NA, Nano Labs. I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into NA. Do a quick look at the news. No, it doesn't look like this was a SPAC. No, this was call it a legitimate IPO. Boy, Vero is on the move, guys. I did not take it. Shoot. There it is, 1619, but but it got all the way back down to 1567 before it popped back up again. You have to take fewer shares then, otherwise you're just going to get stopped out. All right, guys. Well, Goss, I didn't take this one, but Goss is approaching that 9 mark. All right, you want to see a big change? Take a look at this now. I'm going to click on new. I'm going to click on the dock channel bar, and I created the sector change. This is now the change from the open. We're going to see a huge difference because of what the market's doing. So look at this. Remember at one point, I mean, virtually all the technology stocks were down, like 100% below. 100% of them were below yesterday's close. Communications was down there also. Look at oil or energy. Look at the difference, guys. This is the change from the open, and everything is positive. 92% of the sectors are up from the open. See how dramatically what a difference, using the change from the open as opposed to the change from the close. That's a huge, huge difference. All right, let's see what this BCAB does. BCAB, sort of at the top here. Well, your pets might do something. I'm hearing it in the basic new highs. Pretty choppy though. Ah, there's the rhythm, RYTHM. Boy, keep an eye on this one. If it if it can get back over 7 again, RYTM. If it can get back over 7 again, it's got some room. The 200-day moving average is way up here at 850, so that's $1.50 away. The next high looking left looks like that's about 719, and then we've got 776. This one has been had a great day yesterday. So who asked earlier before the market opened about the increasing relative volume? So this is what it looks like, okay? This is the race based on increasing relative volume. So there's the rhythm right there. Okay, there's Goss. So these are stocks that have increasing relative volume. So if you can get a correlation between a stock that has increasing relative volume and is also, moving up from the open, that could be pretty strong. So again, let's see if it can get back over 7 again. So pretty whippy. Lots of volume came in. That was a big, big, big insider buy. $5 million. That's FIX, yeah. Look how whippy this was. My goodness. I thought when it got over 7 the second time, I was getting poised to take this, but boy, oh boy, that's whippy. It's unbelievable how whippy that was. Straight up, straight down. Oh well, I'm going to have my alert set for 7 again, see what happens, see if it takes it out later on. Yeah, we're getting some choppy action now, guys. I'm just looking at some of these ones that were flying and just getting some pretty choppy looking action now. New Canna, NCNA, it's a cheap one, 43 million, so it's not crazy low float. On a weekly chart, man, does this have the room? Wow, this might have the room, guys. Yeah, I mean, this has got it's got a lot of room. NCNA, I don't know what's going on with it. Trading higher after the regional court of Dusseldorf ruled in favor of the company, stating that Gilead infringed on their European patent. Well, let's see if this, because look at the room it's got. Look at that weekly chart way over here at $3. What do I think of BWXT? Okay, BWXT, BWXT. Haven't seen that one for a while. Used to see this quite a bit. Well, there's no volume. Number one, that's the first thing I see. Diplomacy, no volume, so hard to know what's going to happen. I mean, 22,000 shares, so I don't really know what to make of it. There's just no interest in it right now. Is there any news on it? Don't see any news. So really hard to comment on something that only has traded 22,000. Obviously up here, I guess you're trying to go long. I mean, 57 break would be good. It looks like, I'm just going to get the daily chart, but really hard to comment on something that only has 22,000 shares though. Yeah, okay, tomorrow I do it. Though I would have got killed on the rhythm if I just blindly taken this one. But we'll see what happens later on in the day if rhythm gets back over 7. But there's the Viru. Yeah, I mean that is just huge move. Huge move. But not without difficulty. That's the problem, I mean, You got down to 1560 from that 1619 alert. Well, I'm keeping an eye on this NCNA just in case it does something really crazy. What's the float again in this? 43 million. So it's not a low float. And it's only because of the gap, the potential gap fill, guys. I mean, look at that gap fill potential for NCNA. All right, one of Steve Gomez's favorites is this bounce down to the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, and that's kind of what Rhythm has done, RYTM has done. You can kind of see that that blue line right there on the 15-minute chart is the 10 SMA, and that's one of his favorite setups. You know, something that goes down and then he bounces off it. Yeah, SFIX, guys, is really moving on that insider buying. Probably coming into that resistance area right around 6. And again, this is the news for it. I don't think I've seen anything quite like this in a while. You know, a million, that's five, he's committed $5.4 million. And he's only a director, he's not the CEO, or so he's, but obviously a powerful director. But he's got some strong feelings about this company to do this. There's an example where knowing what the news is helps. All right, well, let's see if RYTM actually bounces off this 10 SMA and starts to get back up to this level. And there's SFIX is showing up here. Looks like NCNA is a bust. Okay, market is, well, okay, so we had 30 minutes of up, and now we're just sort of resting here, this next 15-minute candle. Well, it doesn't look like SFIX is going to be halted at, not halted, but at that 6 level. Well, or it might be, sorry, I thought it was just a little bit above it. Well, the next high looking left is 634. Just give me a moment. Oh, I missed it. I missed it, RCRX. I was just busy doing something else. Okay, guys, the rhythm on the bounce. The rhythm on the bounce so far. I'm starting to pay a little more attention to Steve's 10-day SMA moving average on the 15 and bounces. Okay, a little more. So what happens is it's not that I'm scanning for them, but what happens is, you know, if I see something before hopping into it, you know, I might wait for a little bit of a pullback to that level and just kind of check it out a bit. All right, MDJH is on the move here. MDJH, interesting. I mean, it is now at the 200-day moving average, 251, and the next high looking left is 319. So there is some room for this MDJH. Sorry, MDJH. Now here's another one. Now, so the SFIX, what did I say? So this did just show up in the 10-day daily breakout. Also, well, at 10:04, 599. And what did I say the next high was? 634. So I mean that could stall it. Yeah, this is so far really nothing startling from the racing today. You know, the PES 144, but I mean, look how choppy it was or is. So nothing. Yeah, and there's the Viru. I mean, you got to be really nimble with this one. Another halt. Oh, this one of these QRTs. This is actually just a resumption. Yeah, the WYY. So the only interesting thing perhaps is the fact that it's basing here, WYY. If you look at a 5-minute chart, it's kind of basing a little bit here. If it ever gets some volume, you did hit in the pre-market, you got up to 378. So there's a dollar move, to the next high when you look at the pre-market high. So I guess if it gets some volume coming in, it's just that there's no volume. Look at the 5-minute chart, look how it's dwindled. Certainly on the 15-minute chart. Ten period. 10 SMA. Yeah, I mean, just the 10 SMA. Doesn't matter, so you put the 10 SMA on any chart. So it's a 10, yeah, it's a 10 SMA, 10 period. But that's a big Steve play, that jam down to the 15. Whoa, there we go, rhythm. I love his play. What I was talking about. Whoops, got to spell it right. See what it did? See that 15-minute? I'm going to get it a little bit bigger so you can see it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, this is the 20. So I'm going to add, or I'm going to modify it. I guess I could have done that. I made a mistake. That's okay. Oops, did I do it twice? That's okay. So you see, there's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So you see how it came down to it? It dropped a little bit below it. But I decided, what the heck, take that trade and see what happens. So, it worked out not too badly. I don't consider these, but I get a big topping tail like that. That gets me out. I look at these as more kind of scalpy type trades, okay. I don't really have the feel for they're going to keep running. I mean, this might keep running, but I'm out of it now. So I took the trade just a little bit above this. What did I get in at? It was 650 something, 55. It got up to at 690, pulled back. So sold most of it in the 680s. So something to keep an eye on, put a 10 SMA on your 15-minute chart, you get an alert. Again, I'm not scanning for this. All I'm doing is, when I click on a symbol. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to wait every time. Okay, but if a stock, for instance, is starting to pull back, I get an alert and a stock is already pulling back. I'll probably kind of wait to see what happens here. All I have to do is really just put a price alert too. Put a price alert in the area of that 10 SMA and see if it happens. Yeah, sometimes when it happens, two box, when it happens really quickly, and I guess that's the case. I know what you're talking about. It's halted again. QRTEB is halted again. Sometimes I think when it happens so quickly, it doesn't catch it. It happens every now and then. There's nothing, I don't think there's really anything we can do about it. And this is obviously incorrect. It's not halted anymore. It has resumed. So I can't answer for this one. It doesn't happen very often. OLB, I did see this one in the pre-market. This actually popped all the way up to 150 or so and starting to move a little bit. Is that right? Gone up to actually 130. No, 146. So it got up to 146. This was a sub $1 stock, OLB, low float, 7.2 million in the float. See if there's any specific. Yeah, one of these companies that say we're going to authorize a share repurchase up to 1 million shares. So I'm going to forget about it. Good morning, Jamie, in our YouTube room. Man, I guess I should have held on to my RYTM. I have to show this to Steve. He'll be proud of me. Well, it got down below the 10 SMA, Sam, for sure. I mean, it's In this particular case, I looked at the RYTM. The low was 640, I think 640 or so, and then it got above. And so I waited just a little bit. So I got in around 650, 653, I think. Okay. And so, this is obviously a rising number. So, or, this is, so initially, my stop would have been, around that 640 level. So not that far away. Okay. But, you have to, what I would do is I would practice in the simulator, and as far as the target is concerned, I had no idea. I mean, I don't really look at targets so much. I mean, I knew obviously the high of the day was way up here. I wasn't looking at that as a target, but so for about a 10-cent stop, so I looked at that and thought, okay, can it get realistically into the 670s? And I thought, yes, it could, because when I look left, again, there's that next high way up there. So that's why I took the trade. But you guys have to, that's the way I was looking at it. No, I'm totally out of it. I mean, I wish I had some left, but didn't even realize it. Stitch fix. That's a tough one to say. SFIX was an AI alert too. 569. I didn't even realize it. So, for instance, the way I'm going to approach this a little bit now is not, when a stock is winning a race, it doesn't necessarily mean it's at the high of the day, of course. It could be coming from some other area, that after a pullback. So what I may do though, I mean, I want to, see how close is it to the 10 SMA and just start to play off that a little bit. And just, and so I've uncluttered my 15-minute chart. All I have is the 10 SMA on it. So I know exactly where it is. I've completely uncluttered that 15-minute chart. But this is I mean, that's a crazy red candle to happen, I mean, this looked awesome. RYTM looked awesome here. At 702, I was ready to hop in this one because it has room, left, and it's got some room to move before it hits the next high. And then it did this. But in doing that, it gave us the opportunity to take it off the bounce off the 10 SMA. So it's not exactly my style of trading, but I can certainly adapt. And there it goes. There it is, 7. Amazing. Yeah, turn me into a pull. Well, if they all work like this, sure, I'll do it. So even looking at this WYY, I mean, there is the 10. It's a little far away though, and there's the 10. So this is interesting. I bet the problem I got is a little bit far away. I mean, look where it hit into the 10 SMA right here, 250. So it's a little far away. No, I may have to retake this RYTM based on now the 10-day daily breakout, the original reason for getting into it, or even knowing about it, I should say. Okay, PLRX, guys, is actually now starting to approach the financing of 1850. Okay, Jamie, thank you for that. Wow. Zach, please, please email Michael, okay? Because he wants to build it for you, but he wants to give it to you so you can test it. This is the MSI or MFI, okay? He's just pinging me again. So there is, no, sorry, wrong. I did in wrong. Okay, so there's his email. So please email him and then he's going to send it to you. Okay, and you can really, because he wants your input on it. What is this crazy one anyway? Curate Retail, where are they out of? This has been halting, but what a horrible looking 2-minute chart with all these halts, I guess, through the 200-day moving average. Very low float, whether that's absolutely correct, about 1 million in the float. And the 200-day moving average 779, but look how choppy it is. You got to be really, really, really careful. on something like that one. Okay, so this WYY now is getting closer to this 10 SMA again. It's just not that dynamic. You know, for 7.9 million in the float, it's 295 times normal. I give it that. But they were awarded $73 million. $73 million order. You would think there's, you know, what, over 100 years? 2026. So basically 4 years. It says, are you a premium subscriber? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room because he's looking for my docked layout of charts. You're talking about this? Because you have to be a premium subscriber because I have more than 10 charts here. Okay. How many other charts do you have up and running? Because you can only have 20. So if you've got more than 8 already, then you're going to get an error. Okay. Sure, I can give it to you. Dock charts layout. Where are they? Where? Okay. What do you mean how to open, Nathan? You have to create, I mean, what do you mean how to open? I've just shared this, so you know, there's the link. I don't know what you mean by how to open it. It's just something obviously I created. It's just like any other doc window. I just put charts in them. If you don't know how to do a doc window, I would oh wow, it's 10:33. I've behind in my little spiel. I'm going to be really quick today. I know I say that every day, but I'm going to be quicker today. Okay, you've got to go to the guide, Nathan. Okay, I'm going to direct you. I mean, I could start to explain, but you might forget some of the things I'm saying. Okay, so it's all in the guide. The question is how to create a doc window. So if you click on my homepage link, and then you go to the guides or the education section, click here, and go to the user guide. Okay, and then when you see docking, okay, there are some videos and text to explain how to create a dock window. Okay, I mean you should do this because it'll be a reference. Okay. Because again, I could start to show you, but I guarantee, and not just you, but I mean, I can start talking about it, but people will forget. I can't remember what he did the first time, or what was the third step, or what was the 10th step. So the guide is there, and it's very good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Zach. Stratasys, SSYS is on the move here. SSYS. Well, it's not an earnings play. This is one of those 3D printers. Don't hear very much about 3D printing anymore, do you? All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, just a little bit talking about what Trade Ideas is, okay, and how you can take out a subscription. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to see. And it's the only software you'll ever need. That's what it says. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So premium annual is 2,000. Standard annual is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. The AI gave you the Stitch Fix right there, 569, 618 right now. Another one, Legion, 56, 5636 right now. I'll go over the AI in a little more detail later. You don't have to start off with an annual. In fact, do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always start off with a standard or premium monthly. These prices, you can take off 15% first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you're going to pay going forward. At any time, if you want to go from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15%. And again, the big difference is the AI between premium and standard. If you do take out a subscription, it is mandatory that you do this. Let's get started. Mandatory. Starts off with a download and installation, your first startup and login. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. This is free, so you can sign up for that. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and that is free. You can sign up for that. I doubt very much if this one triggered this week. Let's see what Tan is doing. Yeah, so I doubt very much it's going to trigger. I think the trigger was 77, never got to that point. So when you get an email, it basically lays it out for you. It says, okay, this is where we suggested entry and with a stop. But it never triggered. It never got to the suggested entry. So before people say, well, that was a terrible trade of the week, it's sort of a non-trade of the week. Education, right here. Great user guide. Click on the user guide. Don't get hung up on how much there is in the user guide. You should have already done the getting started. You should at least know what an alert window is and what a top list window is. I like the single stock window, which you see here. This is customizable, with the different information. This is the information I like to see. I really like the single stock window. At a glance, I can get a sense of what's going on. And then the stock race, okay? Stock racing. Definitely take a look at the stock racing. And afterwards, you can start to look at, things like how to create a price alert on a chart and sound alerts in your alert windows, etc. But get this down. I would get rid of this multi-strategy up in this area. I'm going to actually keep saying that. I'm going to ask them to do that. I don't mean get rid of it entirely, but focus should be on alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing, in my opinion. Daily support session. So today is Wednesday. Yes, it is Wednesday. So it should be Jamie in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Wednesday, so it is Jamie's turn. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And I will put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. I'll put that in the main room. And Chris Varley in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday. So I shut the main room down at 3:30, and then you can head over to YouTube if you want and listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars, there is not one today. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday week rotation. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, the back to basics. Michael Noss put this together. Michael works at Trade Ideas. This is not third party. Starts off with what is a stock? So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And last, if you want my scans, here they are. So you hear me talk about the racing all the time. So that race mode is right here, that upper right-hand corner. You'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. You'll hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down. These guys right here. And what do I use in the pre-market? I use these four, the gap up and gap down, and of course the pre-market actives up and down. This is what gets me started for the day. I have other scans I'm sharing, so you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like. So save my link, then you can look at my scans anytime you want. You can look at the education section anytime you want. Did I share what, SS? No, can I share this? I know. The reason being is that there are some custom formulas in this one, I think. And unfortunately, they don't translate. So also, if you've already taken the other one, there are how many? There's one, two, three, four. So you've already got my doc charts. That's 12. But what you can do is just load these. I'm sharing these ones, the basic new highs. It's a good exercise to create them yourselves. Okay. Learn how to do it. I'm not trying to dissuade you, but you should probably just go to because it's kind of fun. Once you get used to docking, it's a nice way to organize things. So rather than my just giving you things, you should probably take the time to learn how to do it. Okay. So what is Trade Ideas? Well, nice move on the SPY, guys. Nice move here. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Tell you what, I will give it to you. I just realized I don't think I have a custom formula in here, but I think these ones I do though. So what is this called? Doc Basic New Highs and Lows. But you really should learn how to do this, okay, on your own. So, as I said, we are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I am sharing a lot of my scans. A lot of scans are here also. Here meaning if you click on the new from the toolbar and then click on, whoops, not that one. Click on new from the toolbar. click on docked channel bar. And why you click on docked channel bar instead of channel bar, I'm lobbying fiercely to get rid of the other one, is because when you click on, these are all theme-based layouts, okay? Theme-based channels, layouts. When I click on a layout, my layout that I've got doesn't disappear. If you tried that from the other channel bar, your layout will disappear. So anyway, what I did was I clicked on the explosive winners. So this race here, my race is based on that race. My race here is based on this race. I've made some adjustments, but that's what it's based on. So if you like this, if you like the concept of this race or any one of these scans that you see here, first thing, all you have to do is, the idea is to get it out of the layout. Okay, right now it's in this dock layout. So what you want to do is you want to get it into a free floating. Sort of like I've got my like symbols here, free floating, right? So all you do is you right click and duplicate into free floating window. So I've duplicated this and now there it is. It was popped on my other monitor. So at this point now, you could right click and save or share to cloud and save it to the cloud. Okay. Why am I telling you to do that or suggesting you do that? Because now you see you can go to the different channels and start extracting scans that we've created for you that you might like. So now if I go to the momentum channel, this is a pretty popular one right here. Okay, so there's box D. Box D just made a new high, I guess. Yes, it did. Box D just made a new high. Okay, 1046. So why are we getting this alert? So what we're really good at are real-time alerts. So in this particular scan called momentum, if you right click, configure, summary. Same with my scans. If you want to see what the scan is looking for, that's all you do. You just do right click, configure, and summary. So this is telling you exactly what this scan is looking for. When you, these icons here are the and icons. In other words, every single filter has to be, the filter requirements have to be met. So the stock has to be between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 100,000 shares, etc. If all these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's why we see this one. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, then just do what I said before, duplicate into a free floating window. Or if you like the concept, but you like to make a change, maybe to the price range. Maybe you want between 10 and 100. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to say okay. You see how now it is changed to 10 and 100. So you can, of course, adjust the scan to maybe more your style of trading. Maybe you want a bigger minimum volume. When you get better at using trade ideas, maybe you want to, experiment with another type of a filter. But two things. So, I mean, if you like the scan the way we've created it, great. Save it to the cloud or make an adjustment and then save it to the cloud. Okay, first that duplicate into the free floating window and then save or share to cloud once it's free floating. So really all I'm trying to show you is that you can create your own layout because once it's in the cloud, you just bring them back one at a time. You'll see them appear in your screen. You maybe add some charts, things like that. And then you've created a layout with scans that we have built for you. So you don't have to know how to build anything from scratch if you don't want to. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Meanwhile, OLB, I'm hearing, guys, I was watching that one a little. Wow, that has really, really, really moved. That's been probably an excellent one from the racing. So if you want to build your own scans, you can, of course. So if I right click on this alert window and click on configure, and instead of summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not have to want to learn a programming language in order to build their scans. So what they tried to do was to create enough. When you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. And if I scroll all the way down, start scrolling, come on, there we go. These icons, these are the filter icons. And you can see we have a lot of them. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Obviously, we had to create enough of them, with the thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. We had to create enough of them so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Okay, so do not get hung up on how many we have. I use, I don't even know how many I use percentage wise, very few of them. So we try to make it very easy in that regard. So that's the concept, guys. Go through the different channels, take a look at some of the scans we've built for you. The action is heating up. Maybe you want that one. Maybe you want to create a race on it. Meanwhile, OLB has just look at what it's done. Look at what it has done. I've missed, well, by talking, I've missed this one, but that's okay. It's always another one, guys. Always another one. Wow. Well, thank you, Lance. Appreciate that. Now, if you have our premium service, then you have access to the AI, or as we nicknamed it, Holly. So to see it, this is all I would do. Make it super simple. Click on New from our toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. I'm going to expand this just a little bit because I filter. I don't know if there are other trades. Yeah, I guess there was one other trade, but I only filter on the profitable trades. Okay. I use this like a watch list when I can pay any sort of attention to it. I didn't even realize SFIX showed up. I would have probably taken this one because it's in the price range I like. But that's how I use it. I use it as a watch list. I'm not an auto trader. I never will be. The way the AI is structured is there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert that will happen will be at 9:35. So nothing happens in the pre-market. So my advice, if you have our premium service, is take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So tomorrow, for instance, if you load trade ideas before 9:30, this window will be blank. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. There's a real time. That was the alert, 569. You'll have a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you. I would never get hung up on. Some people get very upset, because they get an entry, they get a real time alert at 569 as an example, and they look and it's already at 571. Horrors is 2 cents away. Okay, these are not designed, to scalp to make 5 cents a trade. And plus, I never, ever, ever trade without looking at a chart. I'll never auto trade. So, if I got that alert, I would look at the chart, see what I could see. I would even check, is there some news? And in this particular case, that there was some, really interesting, good news. I always want to size something up before I take a trade. But how you use it, that's up to you. There is no video that's going to say, this is what you do. Okay, you get this alert, this is what you do. You have to have some, in my opinion, you have to some, some trading experience. For instance, if I clicked on this, if I got this alert at 569 and I saw that the 200-day moving average was, at 580, I wouldn't take the trade. I don't care if the AI is suggesting it, I wouldn't take the trade. Because then I would think, wow, that 200-day moving average is too close. If I saw there was a bunch of, if I saw all this on the daily chart, for instance, was just above the price, I wouldn't take the trade. I don't care if it's the AI, it's not, it's not infallible. So, that's how I size up any sort of a trade I may take. Okay, and last, is just go over this window called Brokerage Plus. It's a window up here in the upper left-hand corner called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on that link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Racing is not available in our web-based version either. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use it. Now, I said that Jamie is going to be in our YouTube room at noon Eastern, taking over from me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Jamie is a big user of Brokerage Plus and E-Trade. So if you've got questions like that, you can store them up and you can ask him questions, about using Brokerage Plus and E-Trade or just Brokerage Plus in general. I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. How I use it is a demonstration as a simulator. Okay, so important. If you're new to trading, I would you can't force you, but you should practice trading before you actually commit money to the market. So you can use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Like, you don't even need a broker if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading. All you need is our standard service, and then you notice when you get this Brokerage Plus window loaded, and all you do is click on New and then click on Brokerage Plus. This window will load like this. It may have different columns. This is my columns that I like to see. But first, it'll say not connected. So all you do is you click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus. When you click on Sim for simulation, paper trading, that'll change to account. Click on account and then click on simulated trading default. Okay. Now you'll notice I've got TH here. So yesterday, I guess it was yesterday, wanted to just demonstrate how you can take a trade. And if you don't exit a trade, at the end of the day, then then it'll turn into, call it a swing trade for as long as you want to keep it. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. I'm just going to get rid of this one. Back to the account, just waiting for the account to show up. Account simulating. Okay, so very simple to use. You just have to click on an alert. Let's click on HTGM. Okay, HTGM shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You can go in at the market or a limit order. If the spread is tight, you can go in at market. So let's just show you how easy it is. I'll say 300 shares, HTGM. I'm going to go in at the market. The bid ask is only a penny away. So I'm going to click on the buy button, sort of sizes it up and then send. I'd like to get rid of that second step. Okay, so here you are. There it is. There is a trade right now. This is in the simulator. Now, if I want to get out of the trade right away, I just have to highlight the trade. So if I had a series of these, I would just highlight the one I want and I would click on flatten, and that will get me out of the trade. Or I could get it at half my trade, or I could double my position. These are just some hotkeys. Now, just a little bit about money management and all. I'm going to flatten this trade. Then I'm going to take the trade again. I'm going to take 500 shares this time. Okay, so I'm in at 163. Okay, 500 shares. So when you start trading, you should have, first of all, some kind of a trading plan. Like, how do you want to trade? Now, when you're starting out, you won't know. You know, are you going to be a momentum trader? Would you rather play pullbacks? Is there a certain price range you like? Do you need a minimum volume before you want to trade? Does the stock have to be up a certain amount before you want to take a trade? You know, there's all sorts of things. You won't know that when you're starting out. That's why you can practice in a simulator. So for me to trade, I have a sort of, not sort of, I have a checklist. And unless I can check every box, I won't take the trade. Another way to explain that, I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You know, I want to talk myself out of taking a trade. So because I want to be highly selective. That does not mean that you've got to have 100 things that have to be checked before you'll take a trade, because obviously you'll never take any trade at all. Doesn't matter what my check, it doesn't matter what my criteria is really. You know, I mean, for me it's got to be between, say, $1 and $20, two or 300,000 share minimum, things like that. But that's me. You know, you've got to find out your own way of trading. So assuming I can check every box, then I'll take the trade. But guess what, just because I think a trade should work doesn't necessarily mean it's going to. So the next step is, every time I take a trade, I know where I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. That'll define how many shares I'm going to take and how much I'm actually willing to risk on the trade in terms of dollars. I'll explain that. So my entry was at 163. I'm going to add the stop order. I'm going to put it at 143 just to make the math very simple. Notice that'll be 20 cents away. The stop price is going to appear here. There will be a red line appear on the chart that's going to say minus approximately $100. Okay, you see it's minus 102. So what does this all mean? So first of all, again, when I take a trade, there's going to be a price where I'm going to get out of the trade when I don't think it's working. Typically, what I do is I look at a 5-minute chart and I size up where I think there's a support area, so that if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Now, my idea of support and your idea of support may be very different. So if I were starting out, what I would use is maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That is a defined number. Okay, there's no guesswork. So you can practice using that, you know, just to get started and see how that works. So when you get into the trade, you know the price you're getting in and you know where you're going to get out. That is going to do two things. It's going to share size you, because here's the other aspect. When you get into a trade, you really have to say to yourself, okay, but if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? You know, if you have a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you wouldn't be risking $100 or $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So what does that do? That'll also share size me. Notice I took this trade at 163. I purposely put the stop at 143, not because that necessarily where the stop should go. I wanted to put it 20 cents away, because if I'm going to risk $100 a trade, then if I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Again, I just wanted to make the math easy. So hopefully you can see then that you're not, the way I trade anyway, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I'm going to take is going to be based on the difference between my entry and my stop. So if that had been 10 cents, I would have taken 1,000 shares. Okay, 1,000 times 10 cents equals $100 if I lose on the trade. So you can set up a pretty simple Excel spreadsheet, you know, that will quickly tell you how many shares you could take based on how much you're willing to lose on the trade. And the way I trade is I do not vary how much I'm risking each trade. You know, I try to keep it almost the same amount. Sometimes it's not, you know, you can't do it quite the same amount, but I'm certainly not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next trade, 50 the next trade. You know, so I'm trying to keep it, you know, about the same every single trade. So practice in the simulator. Practice. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade. I'm not trying to be overly gloomy or a doomsayer, but I mean that's just reality, guys. Trading is not easy. You've got to spend the time. We are an idea generator. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. Not every idea works. All right. Wow, look at the rhythm. Another new high here. Another new high. Wow. Yeah, and I saw box D also. I saw box D. Let's take a look at your bounce play here. FMS, is it bouncing 2264? I guess it bounced. I don't know how easy you would have been able to get this because your alert was at 2264 and it got all the way down here, down to 22. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I'll be a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. How about that RYTM? My goodness, I was had wandered away and from my computer, and all I could hear was RYTM over and over again. This is text to speech and RYTM. And unfortunately, I'm not in it anymore. But now getting closer and closer to the, well, still about $1 away from that 280 cents away from the 200-day moving average. Boy, oh boy. And look at the market, guys. Who cares? CPI at 9. Who cares? Great little recovery here. What's next? And it's funny because RYTM has not won one race. I almost think that we really should have like a category. You know, what if something came in second all day long? Every single race it came in second, it would never show up here. Maybe we need something that has like a top three or something like that, because I'm convinced that our RYTM may not have won any races, but I mean, come on. Well, I'll take a little screenshot of this. I guess you know what my video is going to be about today. Give me a moment, I accidentally clicked. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Come on, RYTM, you can do it. 1 second. Yay, we have a winner. So it finally won a race. Let me explain the racing, guys, and why I'm so enthralled by it. I mean, really. And if you're new to trading, you know, trade ideas can seem a little overwhelming, especially if you want to have so many alert windows and so many top list windows because you feel you don't want to miss anything, any of the action. Okay. My advice is to really take a hard look at what the races are all about. And this is what I'm going to duplicate this. And, you know, I go to the guide though, go to the guide where it says TI stock race, because, you know, I'm going to go over this, but I mean, the guide is there and it covers it very well, in my opinion. There are a couple of videos and there's some text. So our races always started off from a top list window. Okay. Now here's the thing. I mean, what top list window are you going to run a race from? Now, if you don't know trade ideas at all, you might be thinking, well, what the heck is a top list window? Just Yeah, I know. I just stopped. I had to stop briefly. So you have to know what a top list is, okay? Number one. So a top list window in essence does this. If you wanted to see all the stocks that were up the most for the day, either the change from the close or the change from the open, or had the highest relative volume, or had the biggest change in 15 minutes, etc. Okay, you see all they're all columns here. And so what you can do, for instance, if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the open, I just double left click this change from the open column, and there it is. There's QRTEB 82%, okay, OLB 22%, etc. So that's telling me. So this is basically ranking them. If I want to see the ones with the highest relative volume, this is 1200%. Okay, if I want to see the biggest change in 15 minutes, you know, Rhythm has had, 6.3%. Now it's 5.7% in the last 15 minutes. Big change. Okay. The problem is, so while that's nice, you really can't tell what's moving though. I mean, you can see the ones that are at the top. And if you really start looking, maybe you can see how these are changing, but you really don't get a sense of, well, like, is a stock really moving? You'd never know, for instance, if CPRX is on the way. It's hard, when you're looking at a list like this to really judge what is really moving. Well, that's where the races come in. The races, and I like to explain it like this. I think the racing is a great hybrid between using a top list window and a real-time alert window. It's a great hybrid because what you do is you launch the race. Now, again, you've got to go to the guide, okay? I'm just going over this to, conceptually. So the race lanes, I mean, if you expand this, you can create more. I think the default is 10. So if you expand this, you can create, you see how many cars I've got here. I did that by expanding it. Okay, I'm just showing you how you do it. Now, minutes to run. This is going to be up to you. Why I've chosen 4 minutes, there's no magic to it. I just thought 2 minutes was too short. I thought 5 was a little too long, so I picked 4 minutes. Okay, I want the races to run for a max of 4 minutes. What is it based on? Now, this is a little drop down, and you can see, hopefully, that all of these are the columns that you got in your top list window. I've got the relative volume, I've got the change from the open, etc. So you pick what the race is based on. Now, I'm always going to do change from the open in something like this. This is the key one, the sort on. And I would always, I haven't figured out a way to use these other ones, but I would use delta, the delta value. What that's going to do is it's going to move the one that is winning up to the top. That makes the most sense to me. Can't really figure out any other reason why I would use these other ones to sort on. So I would use delta value. Replace cars. So what's happening here is as a stock is starting to move higher, it replaces the ones that are above it and starts to move up. That's what the replace cars does. If you don't see show company logos, that means that you're on an earlier version of Trade Ideas, okay? Because if you only see the race cars as we used to have them, I like this a lot better. It doesn't take as much space. Okay, so, but if you don't have that, then what you should do is download the latest beta from our website. And last, auto rerun. So what that means is when a race is over, another one will start almost immediately. Okay, so that's what you'd want to do, auto rerun. And last, this is last, if I right click on this window, show top 10 winners. And now you only have to do this once, okay? But show top 10 winners. That's why we see in the right hand, hopefully you can see all this in the right hand, and you see it's ranked 1, 2 down to 10. So it's telling me that the top stock that won today so far is OLB, winning 5 races. Okay, pets won 4 races. Okay, so at the end of the day, there's a, you can consider this maybe take the top 2 or 3s if they've won many races over the course of a day, and maybe watch those tomorrow. Create a watch list, or make sure you watch these ones tomorrow, because a stock that wins a lot of races one day, it could have a continuation the next day. So it's a great way to create a little mini watch list. Okay. Yeah, the replay is different. I don't think the replay is working other than in the sorry in our channels that they've created. Okay, I don't talk about replay because I haven't but the replay in essence would do this. You can replay the whole day in 6 minutes and 30 seconds, I think. Okay, so sort of a minute per hour of the trading day, and it'll replay. So if you miss the day, and it's at 4:10 in Eastern time, you say, well, I couldn't trade today, but I'd like to run my race and see what happened. That's a way in which you can do it, and then you'll see the ones that won. What scan are you talking about, Iris? Are you talking about the actual race? You talking about the race itself? Well, if they're moving, I mean, if you have 14 cars, it'll knock out the bottom one. I mean, you can see, and this is being improved as we speak. It'll get smoother and smoother and smoother. But if something down here really starts to run, this VLD, for whatever reason, if it really starts to run, it'll start making its way up immediately. Okay, and so it'll be very quick. And that's an interesting, you can start catching these things as they're moving, as opposed at the top of the move. You're talking about this, the biggest gainers from the open, this, Iris? This is just from the channel bar. You can get it. I mean, I can give it to you. Do I have it saved? Probably. But it's just from the channel bar. Because gainers from the open, so I can share it, sure. But Iris, it's just here. Oops, let me get rid of this. If you click on new and then dock channel bar and then explosive winners. If you click on that explosive winners, this is it here. Okay. And this is the race. The only thing I did is I upped the volume to 200,000 shares, and I think I changed the price range, but that's up to you, of course. But that's it. It's right here. So I mean, the interesting aspect of all this is that instead of having all sorts of alert windows, all sorts of top list windows, if you create just even a couple of races to concentrate on and just focus on that, that'll probably make it a lot easier. It'll make the program seem a lot easier. Okay, now don't get me wrong, just because something wins a race, it doesn't mean you pile into it. Okay, it just means it becomes interesting, something to focus on. Boy, you is just getting hammered here, guys. This is the one they did the acquisition of IS. All right, let's see what's happening here. Now, the other one I'm also keeping an eye on, I created this race, and this is just from the price and volume channel, okay? This is this race, and this is the one that is showing increasing relative volume. So if I start seeing the same symbol, then I can think to myself, wow, okay, not only is it something is winning a race and it's really changing from the open, but the relative volume is increasing also. Again, this is from the price and volume channel, sort of acting as, kind of confirmation. You mean OLB was probably winning a race back here around the 110 mark, okay? And it got up to 140, and that's a tremendous run, percentage-wise, tremendous run. And again, this is being improved. Every build that I'm getting, I'm on a development build. They're trying to improve it, get it more and more smooth. I know it looks kind of jumbly sometimes, but it was way worse before, almost unreadable. And what was happening is as the course of the day, about 2 o'clock Eastern time, it was becoming virtually unusable. I'd have to reload trade ideas. So there's a lot of data that's happening here. Look at that rhythm. Holy smokes. When I look at my last sell of that, around 685. It was all based on this, that right down to that 10 SMA. It just won't stop. So your next level, if you're still in this one, guys, congratulations, number one. But 846, okay? I mean, to get through 8 and then that 200-day moving average. Yeah, Roger, I actually have something like that. I think that's what it is. I'm not going to use it necessarily. I think it's called Jam. I think that's what he called it, Jam. Okay, so this is the jam up to the 10 SMA, and I think you just have to flip it. So in other words, this is one that would be moving up to the 10 SMA, and you would short it. So I think all you have to do is just flip it. You know how to flip it? Take the configuration, just right click, configure, and then flip. Now, before you do that, though, duplicate the window. Okay, because you may want that window, you may want that scan. So duplicate the scan first, and then you just use that flip function, and that should flip it. So it'll be the jam down to the 10 SMA. I mean, if they all worked like this, we could all retire, guys. But again, 11:29, so I'll be doing my video in about 30 minutes. So this is a great representation of it. And again, if you're new, wondering what I'm talking about, why does that look a little bit different? That's because I didn't save it. Okay, just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Save. Okay, so that blue line here is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, of course. So you see how we had this big pop early, and then we had the drop. And you see, I mean, the tails are just below it, just below it, just below it. Then it looked like it was going to hold. And so I got into this trade right around here. Somebody asked where would I put my stop. It was in the 40. So I had about a 10-cent stop on it. And, I obviously, had I known it was going to keep doing this, I would have held it. But that's the principle. The stock jams down into the 10 SMA. Now, is it going to bounce every single time? Of course not. But if it holds it, you are given a potential long opportunity. The other one, the jam up, would be just the reverse. You would see a stock moving higher into it, and then would it bounce down to create a short? Oh, was that right? Okay, so change it to the 15. So he also uses it on the daily, Shady. Yeah, I'm sorry. So you can just change it to a 15-minute chart then. 15-minute time frame. Yeah, I mean, the closer it gets to that whole number, RYTM, I mean, it tried a couple of times. It got just over that whole number, 802, 802 a couple of times. Sorry, that's 802, that's 805. But now, but it's still pretty darn strong. I mean, I think that there could be some support around 760, which isn't that far away if you look at a 5-minute chart. Could be. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I just got a couple things I have to do. I'm going to put myself on mute for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back after about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Just take care of something regarding our car. Meanwhile, back at the that was not that hardly pulled back at all. The RYATM hardly pulled back at all. How high do I see it going? I have no idea, but be aware that the 200-day moving average is at 852. So, I mean, that could stall it easily. Okay. If I don't know if it's going to take that out or not, but that could stall it. Just have to be aware of that. All right, guys, 11:41. I just want to confirm it's going to be Jamie in our YouTube room. Oh, Jamie, you must be listening to me. I was just gonna, I was just gonna text you or ping you there. Okay, Jamie, so you must be listening to me. All right, guys. So yeah, so the RYTM, couple of things. Craziness is well, it's finally won 2 races, so at least it's showing up in the top 10 list. So now SVRE. So here's one. SVRE, it is got to that 10-day SMA on the 15-minute chart, but it's pretty choppy looking above. This doesn't have the same look to me. However, I mean the high yesterday was 386, so got to keep an eye on it. I mean the 10-day I'm still not used to the terminology. The 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart is right there at 281. So it's trying to bounce off that. I wish it weren't so close to $3. That could easily stall it. But boy, I mean, look at the high of yesterday. So this could get rolling just based on that to bounce off the 10 SMA. Now, NCNA, which I just counted a little while ago, may be back in play. It kind of bounced off the 10 SMA, didn't get quite down there. But look at the room it's got. This is what the attraction was. Looking left on that weekly chart, the next high is 3. There was some news. Dusseldorf ruled in favor of the company, et cetera, et cetera. So a patent infringement claim. I don't know how much it's worth to them, but now it's starting to move. I wish I hadn't done this. And I was really eager to take this one right up here back around 9:45, 10 o'clock, but then it did this meaning those 2 red candles on the 15-minute chart. But it may be getting going now, and it's starting to win a race. Hey, Jamie, can you see my screen? This is just a bug. I mean, I don't know why it's happening. I don't know if you can see my screen. I don't know why this happens. This is in Brokerage Plus. I don't know why these trades disappear. And this is in the simulator. IPO ILAG, okay, is it launched yet or is it, okay, there it is, ILAG. So what was the IPO price? Big O, how many shares and what was the price? Maybe I can find it here. Wow, $4 a share and only 5 million shares out. So this is yeah, this is a huge one right now. Okay, where are they out of? So this is one of those crazy ones. 5 million shares issued, which is actually a little higher than some of the more crazy ones, but nonetheless, and a $4 IPO at 21.50 right now. Meanwhile, I didn't take this one, but there was the short attempt, or not short, that was the short alert for you at 938. The price was 33.84, so it's about a dollar move from there. Again, these guys are getting hammered, a little bit hammered because of their buyout that they're doing for IS. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this NCNA has, I mean, a bit of a chase mode here, but I mean, it's just the potential gap here for NCNA. I mean, just look left on that weekly chart. I mean, the next high is way up here at $3. So you're talking $1.27 stock. So I think, that's what most traders will be looking at. I'm not at all suggesting it's going to get up to three, but that it's got room to move. Whatever the print is, Paul. What alert are you talking about exactly? You talking about a price alert or it's whatever the trade was at. So I mean, if you set a price alert here, at 129, when it hits 129, when there's a trade at 129, you'll get the alert. Now, typically, if you're going long, typically these are at the ask, right? Typically. Well, good news on the Strat Hall. Michael is now been given the green light again. There was some problem with I don't even know what the right term would be, but there was some problem in getting more of these ME Market Explorer scans out, but I guess that's been solved. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these strats, as you call them, the strats. What I'd like to know is, one or two or three do you guys who use the strat for day trading? If there's or are they all really designed for more, swing trades, 1 day swings to 1 week swings? Is there anything that's really designed for day trading? But he's going to have a whole subsection. So when you click on Market Explorer, there'll probably be something that'll say, the strats. And then underneath, so as opposed to having to find them. So is this a short from the strat, VERV? Is that what it's signifying? Okay, guys, keep an eye on Gossamer. Gossamer, GOSS. This is now getting close to the high of the day. The 200-day moving average is far enough away. It's at 967, so it's certainly far enough away. And the highs looking left, you can kind of see if it can take out these highs, which are at 9. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert at 904 for GOSS. See if it takes it out, and then see if it has any sort of a run to that 200-day. Still interested in this NCNA? What's the float? So it's not a crazy low float. It's 43 million in the float. This looks like it's a UK stock. Yeah, it's a UK stock. Okay, so wow, look at this ILAC. So it got halted, resumed, or is it halted again? Again, this is one of those crazy, crazy cheap IPOs that go ballistic the first day. Okay, well, Hall, using your expertise on the strat, now, I mean, I know you're saying that they can all be used for intraday trading and all that, but I thought that some of them are really more designed. So can you see what I'm seeing here? Like the 2-day -1 on strong stock, 3-1 on strong stock, 3-1 on weak stock, 2U-1 on weak stock. Well, you can load them, of course. And then there's the double inside day, which I cannot believe would be good for day trading, but okay. I mean, I would like to just put one up just to sort of see what sort of alerts I get and if it makes sense to me. So ones are consolidation. So, and you're talking about the -1. So if, or, or, or is it the first number? So like it says 2D-1. You know what I'll do? I'll just load this one and see what I'm getting. I mean, I just don't know what I'm seeing. So I look at go, and these are today, the 13th. Yeah, these are all today. Goss, guys, Goss, Goss, Goss. So I just don't know what I'm seeing here, you know. You know what? I'll figure it out later. I just can't I can't do it now. James, I heard a little ping. That should mean you're in the room. Just give me a moment. I'm going to shut down my music so I could hear you. There you are. Okay. And make sure my site is not on mute. No. So can you hear me, Jamie? Don't forget to unmute the site.
Barry, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jamie.
Yay. Hello.
Yay. Hello.
Yeah, I just heard you talking about Goss on that little breakout.
Mm-hmm. We've got some room.
Well,
I mean, the 200-day is it's about 80 cents away from it, so it's not too bad. But
not too
it's got some
shabby on the
room.
volume.
Mm-hmm. 29 million or 29 times normal. Yeah, so this is one that's been winning, that has been in the races and in the relative volume races. So that's why I'm interested in it. You can see it right there if you can see my screen. So the longer it holds over 9.
Hey, I on this rhythm, you said you didn't
Yes.
have any winners from rhythm on the positive change from open?
Not, I mean, I do now, okay, but on the move from here, from about 7-Eleven all the way up there, it didn't win a race. It was close, but then
Right.
but now I got two. But what I was saying actually is that we should have a way. I mean, what would happen if a stock won or finished second, 20 times? Okay, it would never appear on this list. And yet it's obviously pretty strong. So
True.
I'd like to see a way, maybe if we could have like the top three over the course of the day, at least know what the top three winners, or not winners, but that, how many times did they place in the top three at least? Because, but my, no, rhythm did not show up until, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes ago for the first time
Yeah, I don't
for
know if
me.
your filter set might be a little bit different than mine, but I've been just showing the top 10, makes it
Mhm.
easier for me to keep count. And Rhythm has won 5 races on mine, which
Now, I upped the minimum volume to 200,000 shares. That shouldn't matter because I know the default was 20,000 shares. That shouldn't really matter. And I haven't really changed anything else. Just 200,000 share minimum.
that's what
And
I have
I
as well,
changed.
200,000. Interesting.
Interesting why
Okay.
yours would be different,
Hmm.
because I haven't made any changes and I started right from the open, like right at 9:30. So I haven't made any changes. That's interesting why you would see so many.
Don't know. I tell you what, I'll go ahead and grab the screen here,
Okay.
and we will see
There you
you
are.
in about an hour.
You bet. Have a good one.
All right. Talk to you later, Barry.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gents, hopefully everybody's got eyes on my desktop here. Let me just confirm the YouTube channel. Yep, I see me. So, 1 second here. All right, so as Barry and I were just discussing, we can see my positive change from the open race. Let me get my pluma here. Where are you, Pen? There we go. Hey, Dave, how are you? So I'm assuming everybody can see and hear okay. Good deal. So I'm just going to kind of carry on a little bit about the races. Of course, this is the live support session. So if anybody has any specific questions about anything TI related, just use the questions panel. Um, but as you can see, I've got my two favorite races here. My positive change from open. Got the same thing right here, but pointed to a list of Chinese stocks as well. Underlying top list or just underneath here. By far and away, hey Dave, good to hear it, man. It's almost Friday, right? Um, Positive change from open, one of the most popular races, shows us a lot of good things. But what I was discussing before I took the screen here, if we right click, show all winners, right? And that's the way it comes by default. And we can just, scroll down and see all the winners, how many things have won so many times. But I kind of prefer it like this. We just right click and we show top 10 winners, right? And there's that rhythm again, showing up 5 different times. Not really sure why Barry wasn't seeing it as much. Could have been a disconnect somewhere along the line. These lights turned yellow, perhaps. Maybe it dropped a little bit of data. Um, but in any case, these windows typically never fail to produce something that is having a pretty decent move on the intraday session. Now, if we right click and check out the race settings here, show race setup. Hey, Iris, how are you? We can see right here, I'm running 1-minute races because I just like to get the information as quickly as possible regarding the stocks that are on the move, so to speak. Um, and we're based on change from open, sorting by the delta value. But, you know, what other things might we be able to find some good movers with? So I'm going to hide the race setup. I'm going to duplicate this top list. We're going to do a little toying around here. Okay, so things on the move. Oops. A lot of different ways to think about that. So, as opposed to using change from the open, hello, Raj. Good day to you as well. And I've had these up before. I need to find a home for them because they do produce some interesting things. So, change in the 2-minute period. That's the typically, or that is the smallest time frame that comes resident in the top list. So I tell you what, let's show that column. And what we're going to do is we're going to point this race to change in 2 minutes, delta value. Leave all of these settings pretty much. And of course, if we want it to start right on the open or any other time, we can do that. Of course, as soon as I check that, it's going to start. Make sure I get everything proper here. Now, of course, we're, how many hours into the session? 2.5, 2.5 hours in. Obviously, this, we get a lot of good information in that opening 15-minute flurry, 30 minutes on things that, could be on the move. But that looks pretty good. So 10 race lanes, 1 minute. And we could even make this match the time frame. I tell you what, let's do that. We'll go 2 minutes. So change in 2 minutes is what we're going to base the race on, delta value, and we'll run 2-minute races as well. Don't really think that's going to make a huge difference, but we'll see if we get some of the same stocks showing up over here as we're seeing over here. I would guess we will see some duplicates, but more than likely we're going to see some that are not included in this change from open here. And I should probably change the name to avoid confusion. And of course, that little guy's not going to update, but that is the window that we're watching. So as Barry was pointing out rhythm earlier, when we saw this little break, it was a little too chasey for my taste. Okay. Now, I was hoping when we were in this candle right here, after we broke out of this little range right here, 10 period, totally in control, I was hoping for a pullback. So that's why you see my buy line here that I initiated through Brokerage Plus using these buy and sell buttons here. And it's taken a little bit longer, but it still might pull back to this area. So if the stock does come down here, pull back, then that's my buy line right there. That was my profit target. Of course, I'd have to get filled first for this line to become active. But right now, that is the profit target. That is the buy area. And we'll see if it pulls back. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But if it does, I'll be in it. And what we're talking about using the buy and sell buttons here. So I tell you what, let's just look at some stuff. I got a top list hiding back here. Change from open to the negative side. So been just kind of scanning through these and going, maybe we've got some bounce candidates in here. JDST, GoEv. I'm in this one already. LYT. So if we're thinking to ourselves, we're just going through this list and going, wow, look at the daily over here on Lightest Technologies. Young stock, if we look at the weekly, 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks, so it's a relatively new stock. Looks like it might be trying to find a home here, but we'll see. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's going to be a good intraday mover if we reclaim this 10 period. So if I wanted to go ahead and put a limit buy order in, if we get to this level, say around 429, 430, all I would do is click buy. Once I do that, you'll see my cursor turns into the little crosshair there. I just find my spot. Let's say 429. Boom, I'm going to click it. Now we can see here, if it gets up here, I'll buy. Profit target is already installed for me as well. And the cool thing about these lines is we can move them around if we decide, hey, we want to make it a little tighter, make it a little bit looser. All right, Mike, so your question there, the question is, will we have the ability to do options in the broker window? Good question. Good question. I don't know if that's currently in development. That would certainly be a nice option, but at this point in time, I've not heard anything about adding the ability to trade options through Brokerage Plus. I'll be more than happy to kind of check with the dev team and see if that might be coming at some point in time. It would certainly be cool, but as of right now, Mike, there is no way to do it. And we'll just have to figure out if that functionality might be eking its way down the developmental pipeline. We've got a lot of cool things coming in the fall, so stay tuned. GoEv not allowed to do any business with Amazon. Well, thanks for that, Peter. I was unaware of that, but if we get back to GoEv, Walmart to buy 4,500 electric cars. In the electric space. Of course, not too long ago, it was all the rage, all the electric vehicles and, all the companies that kind of have faded. Let's see, what was the other one? Nikola? I haven't looked at that one in quite a while. Of course, quite the fall from grace on Nikola as well. Look at that weekly right there, pretty much tells the story. The picture says 1,000 words, topping out, what do we have there? 90, almost 94 bucks. languishing around $4-5 right now. Crazy. Interesting, Peter. Thanks for that info. SPACs, yep, SPACs are everywhere still. You know, special acquisition, or what we could refer to as blank check companies that kind of do an IPO, but not really. They've got a publicly traded shell, they got money, and if the right company is found, they'll just buy it, and then boom, they're automatically publicly traded. I remember when the SPACs first started hitting the scene, I'm like, well, it seems kind of like a regulatory no-no, but hey, everybody got together and said, hey, we're going to let this happen. So it's just kind of a de facto way to take a company public, and some of them work and some of them don't. I'm wondering if I haven't really looked into too much detail here on my IPO list. And just because we see a stock on here does not necessarily mean it's an IPO. But a lot of these are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trading days. So typically you don't know until you look, is it a IPO? A lot of the times they could be a SPAC as well with limited trading days. Cargo handling here. More detail on top list used for your race. Sure, Bill. I was just catching up on Wolf's comment here. Didn't Nicola fake the 18-wheel driving? I think so. Either that or it was a truck rolling downhill. So it was rolling downhill, but I don't think it was on its own power. So it could have been the 18-wheeler or the truck. But yeah, something like that, Wolf. All right, Bill. So these two races right here, just the good old-fashioned change from open. This one is looking at the entire market with some really loosey-goosey filters, pretty much the same that Barry has. Here you can see just the minimum maximum price, 1 in 300, and it had to have traded 200,000. But the real secret sauce is, how do we parse the race? And in here, we're just using based on change from the open and sorting by the delta value 1-minute races on this guy. And this one is exactly the same, except this is pointed to the China list that Andy fabricated not too long ago. He's been doing quite well with the Chinese stocks. So I'm like, hey, whatever's in play. So this is the duplicate race here, but only looking at the list of Chinese stocks. So if we just kind of take a look at PET-Z here, nice little juicy gap up, but it did have some nice action from 230 up until about 280. So a nice percentage gain there. Also, Bill, I don't know if you were here when I fabricated this one. Pretty much just took the same top list that these guys are looking at here, but changed up the column or the metric that we're looking at here. Just looking at the change in 2 minutes and sorting by that on the delta value as well. And of course, we're getting some of the usual suspects here. OLB has been all over the change from open. And boy, what a nice little 30-minute breakout we had on that guy. 1, 2, bam. As soon as we cracked that little almost $1 level there, boy, this thing motored up to right at almost $1.40, $1.39 to be exact. So just a beautiful little setup there for a simple opening range break. Of course, we can see a little bit more detail over here on the 5. Let me get rid of that pre-market. But once again, right here, beautiful little opening range break. 10 periods in control over here on the 5, really maintaining control here on the 15. You can see it got a little bleedy through the 10, but wicking right down here. And as far as room goes, boy, it blew through this area. with ease. And then we can see topping out right back here as we hit this little area that's currently acting as supply back around from April of this year. Sure, Mike, that's what we all prefer. Just myself, Barry, some of the other traders up here sort by delta value. That doesn't mean you have to. That just seems to make the most sense to us at present. Yep, that's kind of my sentiment as well, Peter. It's like I've I've been in the business for a very long time, and used to be on the compliance side back in the olden times, and I'm like, well, things just keep getting loosier and goosier in all sectors, it seems, not just the securities world, but man, a lot of other industries are really loosening um, requirements, whether it be pharmaceutical testing, manufacturing. You know, back in the olden times, the early 90s, when I was on the retail side of the fence as a broker, you know, the pharmaceutical stocks and drug companies have always been one of the darlings of Wall Street, and we would learn all about the phase one, two, and three that the FDA, has imposed on drug testing. And that's another area of the market where those requirements have been sped along and shortened, right? So we're seeing that in just about all industries, with the exception of energy. They seem to be going backwards there. Well, Dionysus, thank you for the compliment there. It's always weird how you perceive your voice if you hear it back on a recording. If you're like me, and a lot of people are like this, and you hear your own voice, you're like, ooh, I don't know if I could listen to that. But thank you for the compliment there, Dionysus. So yes, Mike, some of the settings in the race can be a little confusing. But once you get used to them and you figure out, how you like to do it, all these check boxes up here, biggest loser wins. Well, if you want to see that, fine. Auto start time. This is for replay. Once the markets are closed, you can watch the replays of the races with this auto start last day replay. By default, it's set to start 2 hours after the close. So since the market shuts down here at 3, that's why you're seeing 5 there for Central Time. Company logos, simple enough. Auto start on load. Not really, just want it to start when the market opens. That's why I've left this box uh, unchecked. And then do you want to replace the cars? Just a simple aesthetic choice there. And then what do we want to sort with our key metric of the race and delta value and minutes to run. And 10 just seems to be the go-to, but if we wanted to have 20 contestants in there, hey, that's just going to give us more things to look at. Okay, Raj. Regarding the races that I'm using here, what are the steps after you see a stock car moving to the top? Okay, well, let's say it's the first 5 minutes, right? If this 1 minute race or all these 1 minute races start, you're going to have 5 races done. So I always say no matter what window it is, could be the races, could be a top list, but typically it's as we release new things, which the races are the latest and greatest. Nothing is ever a magic bullet, right? It's showing us the data of a top list, but keying on the metric that we want to focus on so we can get a little bit more granular, right? And see, what's moving now versus waiting on these numbers up here to change. It's just a more visceral way to view the data. So let's pretend for a moment, okay, I just saw QRTEB shortly after the open. Well, I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to consult my charts just like I always do, right? Whether looking at the daily and seeing how much room it might have, as Barry does over and over again. But if I see it here in the first 15-minute candle, but I look over here on my 5-minute, and let's see here. That's the first candle for today. Well, actually, this candle, 8:30 to 8:35. So probably watching the smaller time frames on the open, but this definitely would have brought my attention to an interesting level, you know, uh, this little area back here. Now, this is a stock that doesn't typically trade a whole lot on a normal day. Looks a little gappy, right? And we can see from the daily. But hey, the volume's in it today. Let's see, where'd my relative volume disappear to here on my... Okay, there we go. I just had to resize. But look at this relative volume here. I don't think I have average daily volume. Let's just throw it in there for giggles. Let's just see on what does it normally trade on a 3-month. Okay, look at this volume level that it typically trades. 3,000 shares a day. It's kicked out over 5 million today. There's less than a million in the float, 988,000. And look at this crazy relative volume number. Okay. So as soon as we saw this guy coming out, it's 122 races already today and change from open. After the first, if this was the opening candle, we've got our eyes on it very early in the day. So if I saw it in the first 5 minutes, I could have said, okay, if it breaks this little level of dashes here, which, is the chart, it's just thinly traded, but the volume has come into it today. And that's why we're seeing a 78% change from open from where it is right now. Up here, it was, over 100%. So plenty of time to catch this one if the races were alerting it to us and going, hey, this guy's moving, would have gave us an early heads up on the volume, a little area to pay attention to right here. And then boom, it was just off to the races, right? Now, if I was just watching a normal top list, I probably never would have come into contact with this guy as early as the races were identifying it. So the races are going to bring interesting things to our attention, but we still have to rely on the charts and our rule set and everything else. It's just another way to view the data and a way to get eyes on something earlier than once it's up X amount. If we were watching new highs, maybe this would have gotten it for us. But a lot of the times we're seeing it way after the fact. We don't want to chase it, maybe on a pullback, and it's kind of wedging up right here, and it might bust another move before the day's out. Taking a little rest here over the past hour. And Raj, to your point, depending on what environment you trade in, for example, E-Trade, if you're an E-Trade guy, or uh, uh, interactive brokers, I know they're still charging commission, but especially in a commission-free environment, a lot of the times, the first 5 or 6 stocks to win a race, I'll just throw a micro share lot out there live, whether it's a 1 share, 2 share, 3 shares, 4 shares, just get a little tiny bit of skin in the game, and you're always going to pay more attention to that, okay, if you have it on your live blotter, which it makes a lot of sense in a zero com environment, but if you're still getting charged commission, it can add up pretty quick and it might not be feasible. But that's a habit that I've gotten into just so I don't lose track of it. All right, Mike, so you figured that out already, how to add the columns? Because once again, it's pretty simple once you get used to it. You have to actually add it from the top list. We just find the column that we want to add. Maybe it's volume today, percentage. I'm just pulling that out of my hat and say show the column. And then when we go back into the race setup, that will be visible. We'd have to stop the race, but it would show up, and we could change that if we wanted to. Good deal, Raj. Good deal. And yes, I can't even tell you how many weeks since the races first made their appearance, and of course we've made many, many improvements to them since they debuted. Um, but it's been a very interesting observation. You know, at first people are like, I don't get it. And then the more you watch, the eyes start to light up. And, I've seen it time and time again. People that weren't necessarily drawn to them at first are now waking up and going, wow, these things really do bring things to my attention quicker than some of the more traditional windows like alert windows and top list. And by no means am I saying I don't use top list or alert windows anymore. Um, of course I do, and I always will. It's just adding more tools to your arsenal is a good thing. And that's what the races have done. Yep, visceral creatures. All right, give me 1 second here. Just checking on a few things. Gove still meandering around down there. AI's been up, AI's been down, but as the market's starting to give a little bit here, the old AI's having a little red day today. Looks like it's all about the 10 period right now on the SPY. Trying to put in a little smiley face here. This 10 period holds. Maybe we go test those highs. Oh, and while we're on this 15-minute chart, you might notice the black line up here. A lot of the times, this is a really good metric or moving average to pay attention to. Of course, we got the green line down here, which is the 10. We got the 20 period moving right here, and the pink one is the 50 for the 15-minute. But the black one up top, and once again, it was Steve Gomez who pointed this out to me. This is the 130 period. So once something gets in play, matter of fact, let's just look at rhythm. Of course, it's way below. But interestingly enough, yesterday, notice where we opened and kissed that 130 period, and then it never looked back. But if we just started going through some stocks at random here, once something is in play, for example, if LabD gets a little momentum, this would be a very interesting area to pay attention to. That's where it could stop. On the inverse of that, if you have a stock that's being sold off, a lot of the times that can be the turning point. Of course, we're not going to see a lot of those on negative change from the open, but just something you might want to add to your intraday on the 15-minute is the 130 period. Good ways away from it there. Okay, so are we seeing anything on this race over here that we're not seeing over here? OLB, we know that one's been on here all day. Well, there's box D again. We know box D's been doing some good stuff. ADIL. Don't see an ADIL over there. So let's just take a look. Okay. Not bad volume. It's already up 10% on the day. But looking at today's action right here, what if we had been watching this change in 2 minutes sooner, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got an hour and a half before this thing made this beautiful little opening range break with pretty low risk, right? So orbs, one of the simplest patterns out there. Mark off the low, mark off the high. Then we get range bound for a good 1, 2, 3. Nice waiting period of about an hour before it sneaks back up here and breaks this level. Crisp little opening range break. If we were watching this change in 2 minute, probably would have been, alerted, especially if you look over here at the 5, plenty of time. And I can't say for sure, but I bet this little guy would have alerted us to ADIL. And then I would apply my other protocols, right? Okay, well, I got a good signal from this window. I like what it's doing here. If it comes back up here and, after this tight range and busts that level, that'd be a great buy area right there around $1.63. And then of course, $1.63 up to $1.76. Not a huge change in price, but a very good percentage move on ADIL. Doing plenty of volume today. Not spready. Penny spread. And a nice little intraday trade would have developed there. Now, if I took the trade right here, and I'll just put an arrow on that break right there, anywhere in that candle right there. Typically on an opening range break, I'll take the low of the prior 15-minute candle. So you would have had really low risk. So risk would have been this little area right here. And then you have a nice juicy reward area up here. So definitely good risk versus reward on a simple intraday range break that would have been brought to your attention more than likely by watching change in 2 minute over here. Well, I don't know what part of the country all of you all are in, but I hope it's cooler where you are than where I am, which is Texas, which I think we've smashed the record for consecutive days over 100 by like 3 times. It's either a crazy winter or a crazy summer, but I'm looking forward to the fall. All right, little time check here. Burned up about 38 minutes or so. Ohio. What was that old song? I went back to Ohio. All right, Raj, just reading your comment there. Pretty much, Raj, nice protocol there. I've got a weekly chart on my other screen that I like to look at too. Multiple time frames there. But yeah, 3 charts, daily, 15 and 5, the ones you see here. Change from open races, and you can watch the Chinese version as well. And just start looking at the stocks that are busting out on the races, and then we apply our same other, you know, rules as normal. We don't take we just because we're getting a stock from the races doesn't mean that we change our rule set. We don't risk more than we normally do. We don't oversize. We use these as a high quality information stream that's delivering the information in simply a different format. Okay, on the ADIL, on this stock right here, the topping tail over here is interesting, and sometimes this can indicate, if it wicks there, it can trade there. But that was not the the thing that was interesting to me. What was interesting to me, let's pretend, and like I said earlier, there's no guarantee that ADIL would have been winning 2-minute races, but looking what it did in this opening 5-minute candle right here tells me that it very well could have. And then these little wicks right here, because this is 5-minute and we're talking about moving a 2-minute. And if I wanted to, I could even post a custom formula in the top list for 1-minute moves, right? But if I was alerted to it during this period of consolidation, so it had a nice run up in the first 15-minute bar right here, and then we had 45 minutes of consolidation before it broke that opening range. So when it broke the high after consolidating for about an hour, that's why I liked it, because this is a nice smooth opening range right here, and we had a break to the upside. So this is secondary. If ADIL was brought to my attention and I saw these crazy volume levels and I'm like, hey, this stock usually doesn't come anywhere close to trading this many shares. It's active today, but just because it's active doesn't necessarily mean it's going to move, but that ups the odds, right? So if I get alerted in the races, then I see the consolidation forming. Once I see these first red candles right here and this third one, the event hasn't occurred yet, but my eyes are on it. My profit or my entry point is set. I could have even went ahead and set the buy up here so that when it crossed that threshold, it would automatically get me in. But it was this opening range break. So hypothetically, the scenario would have been ADIL was winning some races in the opening 5, 10, 15 minutes. I started watching it. I noticed it had a decent run up, then the consolidation, and then my eyes would have been focused on if it breaks the high, let's buy. So hopefully that makes sense, Raj. Now the topping tail from the prior day is always going to be a point of interest, because when you see these wicks, sometimes you see them to the upside and to the downside, and the saying is if it wicks there, it can trade there again. And a lot of the times we see that happen. You see that happen a lot in the crypto spaces as well, not just stocks. New Jersey, yeah, it can get hot there too, and humid. In Jim, Santa Maria, California. Oh, do I miss my California, which is where most of the crew is still located. As I scroll my phone on the weather and look at Carlsbad and go, 72 degrees. BTBT to invest a good amount. However, the Bitcoin kind of scary. Oh, BTBT is the, oops. Get my cursor back there. Bit Digital. One of the mining companies. I was getting that confused with Bitty, which is the inverse ETF. So whenever Bitcoin goes up, Bitty's going to go down. Let's check out the chart real quick here. If I can find it. Let's just see how close it's mirroring. Okay, we got Bitcoin on a 15-minute time frame here. Is that the ProShares Trust? I might have the opposite one here, because that looks pretty close. So I guess Bitty, I'm not sure. I know there's two different ones. I can't remember the other symbol though. Unity at 34. Yeah, Raj, and that's something that goes back ever since I started trading, which was 96. um, when we had to go into an office to use the SO system. But yeah, there's some value there, right? Just get a little bit on the blotter. Doesn't have to be a significant amount, but you're always going to pay more attention to your live blotter than a lot of other windows. That's just the nature. Bitty and bit O. Okay. Okay. But isn't okay. Tell you what, let me duplicate this. Let me unlink it. And there we have it. Just the exact inverse. And then the underlying instrument. Interesting, but still no spot ETF for Bitcoin. They will not let that happen. And I don't really care if they let it happen or not, but you just have to ask yourself, why not? What are they afraid of? More than likely, it's the fact that the market never closes. And if you're in the securities world and you're creating ETFs, that opens you up to a whole lot of overnight risk. If your product shuts down, but the underlying product does not, well, that's a lot of risk. Yeah, I think you're right there, Dave. Bitty is the inverse. All right, let's put this one on top 10 as well. Okay, so we've seen these guys, QRTEB, and that guy's been in play for a few days now. OLB, RHE. RHE repeating over here. HTGM, we know that that one's already been present. SVRE, also present. Rhythm, ADIL, PETS, and NCNA. So the only ones that have been produced over here, actually NCNA is up here too. There's only been one produced over here. All the rest are duplicates from change from open, but as I said, wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of duplicates. But it's all about getting alerted to them early. And boy, that ADIL would have been a great one. Plenty of time for it to set up. I thought I had this little guy loaded up for today's action, but I did not. But I can assure you, tomorrow I'll be watching this one on the open as well. Okay, Dave, reading your question here. Some big moves just a few minutes before the opening bell. Okay, so pre-market. So let's just look at Varu as the example. Let me add pre-market back. Okay, not bad. You know, this is one of my, and I know that this is today's action, not yesterday's, but since we're on the topic here, look at this beautiful setup here. Now, did I see or trade this one today? No. Wish I had, but just like we can use opening range breaks in the regular session, which is not present in this one, but was very present in the ADIL, the same thing applies here. You know, If all of a sudden the market opens, obviously, we're not getting any new high alerts. Well, actually, yeah, from the regular session, and you see VERU or VERU approaching this area, look at this beautiful break right here. Once it broke that conducive pre-market range, if you can draw a straight line, if you can identify a straight line, you can identify this trade. $15 up to 16, almost $17. What a nice move based on the simple breaking of that nice tight opening range in the pre-market. Now, let's go take a look at yesterday. Okay, so let's just do this. So you're referring to, here we are in yesterday's pre-market activity right here. Okay, yeah, I was a little confused there. Let's just stretch this out. While it did have activity, it was to the downside, so maybe it was Monday. Okay, so is that pre-market candle? Nope. That's so we did have this move here on 7/11, which was Monday, right? Okay, so are we talking about this little guy right here? This little up move right here? Because we had a big down move, it appears. It was up here, took a header down. Then we had some, shucking and jiving right here. But this is the first candle of the regular session right here. Okay, so if we were trying to identify things of this nature, just by default, I'm going to click on over here, pull up my pre-market container, and we'll take a gander and see, because I know we've got races in just about every channel now. So, gap is for the open of the regular session, right? So we're going to see that after the fact. But did it come through the pre-market movers alert window? We're going to pop that guy out. Very well could be, Dave. Okay. So if we're talking about the 11th, let's go take a peek. There's a good chance I'm going to do this backwards, even though I've done it a million times. Okay, so start before the open on the 11th. Hey, I did it right. Okay. And are we going to see Veru in here? Now, that candle was 7 o'clock Central. Well, we're going to have to go down a ways. Okay, here we are. Let's see if we have more. And that's all I get. I don't have the option for more here. So obviously this one alert did not get it, but that doesn't mean something else did not get it. Let's see here. Once again, that's the 7 o'clock. Yeah, so we're a little past that area. And this is too far gone. But let's just do this. Check the time here. Yeah, let's do a little experiment. Just going to duplicate a window. We're just going to look at Veru only. And then we're going to go pick out the pre-market alerts. Now, See, that wouldn't have been a pre-market high, but a pre-market low. But you know what? We'll just chunk them both in there and see which one might have gotten it. And then we'll take a look at the history. And, you know, I just went to the pre-market highs and lows. A lot of the filters will report pre-market as well. So if we look at the 11th here, give it the old 8:30 start time one more time. And I'm like, why is it grayed out? Okay, there we go. Okay, so now on the 11th, if I give it the magic clicky here, well, didn't ask you to expand my chart, did I? Okay, so there we are. That would have gotten it at 3 a.m., which is really early. But look over here. All right, pretty close, okay? Now you can see there at 7:15, it was hitting a pre-market low, but that bar had already occurred, right? So pre-market low would have gotten it right about here, which still, when you see a pre-market range like this, and look how often Baru does this. You know, for a long time, I made a lot of good trades based on pre-market range off of Lab D. Let's just pull that one up. It it kind of quit working, but that's another ETF. Now look at these, you know, and I've been kind of lackluster paying attention to Lab D, but that's one thing I always keep in my mind. If it makes a tight pre-market range, a lot of the times when it busts it to the up or the downside, it goes. All right. And this is a good example in Baru too. It's putting in nice tame pre-market ranges. This is a little hairy on the open, but once it stabilizes like this, whether you're using pre-market lows, pre-market highs, or, you know, volume in the pre-market, if you can identify these nice smooth pre-market ranges and then kind of size it up on the daily and go, okay, could break to the upside, could break to the downside. It's a great way to identify low risk entries that have explosive up and downside potential. So this is just a little this is just a good way to drill down on one symbol. Just point the window to only the symbol that you're looking for. Start attaching the alerts and filters that you think might have identified it, whether it's pre-market, post-market, or the regular session, and just start going back and taking a look at the histories. And that's always a good way to try to reverse engineer alerts. Yeah, and you never know until you try, Dave. Just start putting configurations in place, and they don't always give you what you want, but sometimes you get it on the first crack. Other times you have to try 2, 3, or more iterations. The key is not to have too many things coming through once you do find that thing. All right, the time is melting away. Barry will probably be showing back up here soon. And the market just continues to kind of flop around, but on good news for the bulls, we're maintaining that 10 period on the SPY. And no big shocker here because look at these volume levels on the smaller time frames. 100 would be normal. So we're well below normal volume on the 5 and the 10. A little bit above on the relative side for the SPY ETF.
Can you hear me smacking my lips? Jamie, you've got this you've got the site on mute, don't you?
And not seeing any new, actually KAVL, hadn't seen that guy. But once again, we're kind of past prime time for race identification. Barry, I had muted the site, so give me a
Yes.
second here.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, so I draw your attention to SVRE, winner of several races. This is one I'm in right now. Took out three. More importantly, now that I'm a student and disciple of Steve's jam down to the 10 uh, on the 15-minute chart, check a 15-minute chart for SVRE. And I don't know if you can, well, you can just, I don't know if you have the 10 SMA on your 15-minute chart. Look what it did. I mean, look what it did. It hugged it and then it just popped right off it. And of course, it had a huge day yesterday. That's really the reason I'm in it, because it got up to 390 yesterday. So let's see if that's a bit of a magnet for traders. But I am in this one and see what happens.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, Barry,
Yeah,
just you take the screen when you're ready, sir.
I'm ready. And I'll take it right now. There we go.
All right, very good. Okay, thanks everybody. Um, I will also be doing the live support session on Friday, so come say hi.
Thanks, Jamie.
We'll see you later, Barry. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms, and I was saying to Jamie in the YouTube room, I'm in this SVRE. A couple of reasons, three reasons, three reasons. The first reason would be because of the massive gap. You know, yesterday got up to 387. So, I mean, that is a reason for me to, of course, be interested in the stock. Another reason, of course, is that it was running, it's won a series of races. SVRE won a series of races. And also, let me just do a check here. It is increasing on the relative volume. Okay. So, another reason. And then last, but maybe not least, is again, this kind of the jam down to the 10 SMA. So you can see on my 15-minute chart that if you can't see it, let me just bring it out, make a giant chart out of it. So you see there's that blue line is the 10 SMA. And you know that worked beautifully, of course, for the rhythm. I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen here, but look what happened. It held it, and so decided, well, you know, my stop is going to be pretty tight just underneath it. So take the trade and see what happens. And so far, so good. The high of the day, I believe, is 308. So it's right at that high of the day. So if it takes that out, hey, who knows? I mean, I'm just looking at this 387. I'm not in any shape or fashion saying that it's going to get there, but I love the fact that that's the next high looking left on a daily chart. Okay. And again, I don't know if it's going to work, but unless I try it, I certainly I won't know, will I? I mean, I can't really lose now because I'm in just at the three level. Excuse me, at the three level. So I can't really lose now. I mean, if it dropped excuse me, if it dropped back down to that three level, I'll just take myself out of the trade. But the only issue is, and it wasn't when I got in it, but the spread got a little crazy. But it wasn't when I got in it. It was like a 2 cent spread. So we shall see. And there's the Goss. Why do I have this? Oh yeah, Goss. It's been pretty choppy. What did it get down to? I don't know if Zach might have shorted this one, but you know what I'm loving about this this sort of bounce off the 10, guys, is a moment here. What I'm liking about this is, you know, a little bit extra confirmation on something, especially in something that might pull back. Now, the other one, it wasn't really what I would call a pullback. I mean, it was very modest though. but certainly the RYTM, that was a big pullback right to that level. TH, I know you've been talking about TH. Oh, look left right there. So there's a nice little bounce at 1029 off that 10 SMA. Excuse me. And look left. Yeah, so the next high looking left is 1115. So it's got some room. You got to worry about the spread here on this SVRE. You don't want to see it, so you don't want to see it yanked. See, why did, oops, get rid of my message. See, I don't know, understand why the HTGM is still not here. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Anyway, this was something that I was demonstrating taking it in the simulator, and there's HTGM. Where is iLag now? Yeah, I don't know, interesting. I think it's, I mean, I know what you mean. It is interesting, but I don't think it's interesting in a positive way now. I mean, there's the high way up here, 26.41. I think the IPO was, what did somebody say, it was $4 or $5? So this is really, I mean, this is just selling off. No shorts, of course. Now, unless, I mean, if it can take, if it somehow take back 20, I know you're saying, well, why would you wait for 20 at $6? Well, I don't have any faith of doing anything here, but I mean, if it took out 20, all this area, it may have another run, but highly, highly, highly speculative. I got in and out of Goss earlier. I just found this really, really a challenging one. And it's challenging depending on where you put your stop, obviously. Put a wider stop in, and you're not going to get stopped out as much. You don't have as many shares, of course. I've taken some off this SVRE. I just don't have as good a feeling about it, so I've protected myself. It gets back down to 3, I'll be out of the balance. What is the float on SVRE? Yeah, yeah, I don't know if I can believe that, because if it is, yeah, so I'm gone. Oh, wow, I'm out. Yeah, well, that's a good, took a little, yeah, just underneath. So look at that spread, and all of a sudden it got crazy. I should have looked at that so-called float, because I couldn't figure out, well, why are we having like a 3 and then 309 spread on a stock like that? And it's all to do with the float. So let me just do a check on somebody else with somebody else and see what they have for a float. Yeah, they've got basically the same float, guys. I'm looking at Benzinga, 500,000 in the float. I mean, that's why it can go crazy like that. 500,000 in the float. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other. How's Delta doing? Way too boring for me. You mean that wasn't a typo, Denver? PITO, let's take a look. Ugly. Oh, so it was a legitimate type. Okay, you can patent that for the room. You know, I had EXTR up for some reason. Yeah, man, yeah. Just as what time is it right there? Yeah, I saw this right here at 12, right when I was taking my break, and I saw this little move here for EXTR, and I thought to myself, hmm, interesting. But I'm on my break, and I was looking at that 200 day. Thought, okay, that's certainly far enough away. I was looking left to see what sort of stalling areas there could be. Hmm. Well, man, look, I mean, look where it got to. Look where it got to. It got right up to eight. There's the 200-day moving average for rhythm, 852. It poked just a little bit above it, but that kind of, as Real says, it's an area, and that kind of stalled it. Precash, no, I don't read level two at all, and we don't have market depth. No, I mean, obviously you can get all that stuff from your broker if you want, but no. I'm not a level two fan, so. But that does not mean that if a person is using level two and they're using it to their advantage, go for it. All right, SVRE is the only way I'm going to look at this one again. We'll have to get back up to this probably about the 311 level. Okay, and I also want to see, I'll be watching the spread a little bit to make sure that it's not that it doesn't keep widening on me. All right, let's take a quick look at what happened to my 10-day daily breakout. So what you're seeing here, these are the ones that made it, these six stocks. So Viru, VERU at 939. The first alert was at 1619. What did it do from there? Yeah, I'm not saying it was easy, but it got up to 1682 before it fell. This is a real choppy trader usually most days, but it did get from 1619 to 1682. I would have taken that. Pets, I don't think did a thing. 270, yeah, it didn't do anything. Rhythm, well, we know Rhythm did. 702, 869. Stitch Fix did something. 599, 633, not bad. And still actually sort of in play. This one is a crazy one. I doubt if it did anything. Court B, 760. Yeah, I mean, I think it was pretty tough to trade, probably a terrible spread, but it did get up to 855 from 760. And then Gossamer, GOSS 901, and it got up to 937. So again, these are they're not straight up, when I say something 1619 or this one 901 and now it's up at 936. It's not like it did that straight, but it's just interesting to me to see that this is really starting to perform almost better than the breakdowns, which were really performing well at one point. So let's take a look. BEKE, my guess is that there is at 1410. What did it get down to? Yeah, it didn't do anything. ATRA, I did short this earlier. ATRA, and it got down to, that was okay. I mean, that got down to 340. That was okay. The U, I believe, has worked quite well. I don't know if it's popped yet. 33.84 on the alert, and it got down to about $1 underneath that. So that's not bad. And then this one from yesterday, I don't think 28.71. Yeah, so it finally had a bounce. I mean, this one I would never have done. I mean, the second day, you're asking quite a bit for another giant or pretty decent sized red candle after that red candle. So, but all in all, this gives you very few alerts over in a day, and they don't usually come piling in one after another. So lots of time to make an analysis. All right, I had an alert set for PGen for some reason. I probably put that a while back. I think it's because to try to take out last week's high. Yeah, I'm not that interested though. I don't know why I put that alert, to be honest. Must have been some kind of an intraday thing. Well, see, AMC is surging here. Yeah, well, got to give credit to it. I mean, this is now the fifth day, coming from 12 up to 16. Oh no, well, it couldn't have gone over 20. Oh, you're saying insane on the way down. Well, this is an IPO, Jake. So, I mean, there's no real reason it should have got up to 26. The IPO was priced at 4 or 5, so there's no real reason other than the fact that this is what can happen. Is a China stock, I believe. Nope, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Not a China stock. Yeah, $4, 5 million shares, $4. I mean, there's no real reason why that should have happened. Macrogenics, MGNX. Okay, so this is now over 4, just barely over 4. Yeah, the relative volume is pretty light though. It's only trading basically normally for it. and it's got all this, and doesn't looks like it'll really struggle to get through that. You just made another new low. On the weekly chart, let's look left, 31.80. Boy, it's another dollar to go to the next low on the weekly chart for you. Boy, they're really, shareholders are pounding them for that buyout of IS. Yeah, getting an alert for the honest company, HNST, but again, look left. Look at all the junk it's got to get through. So I just take a pass. One of the boxes I've got to check is I got to be able to look left and see more of a clean shot before it hits that next high. So for instance, if all of let's get a big daily chart up for it to show you what I'm talking about. You hear me always talking about looking left. So let's take a look at a daily chart. Okay, so you see, if I look left, first of all, I see this, I see all this junk here, all this stuff that's got to get through. And it's not that far away. Imagine if all of this that you see looking left, all of this was underneath this price. In other words, it was all action underneath. And then if I look left, I would see the next high, a straight shot up to that 431. Huge difference, right? Huge difference. So again, one of the boxes I have to be able to check is I want to see room. When I look left, I don't want to see new highs. Now, that doesn't mean it can just, and we've seen this many times. I don't want to call myself wrong. It's just I have to stick to my rules. And of course, are there going to be times where it didn't matter that all this was there and it just shot up? Sure. But I think for me, it happens more times that it doesn't happen than it does happen. So I just stick to my rules and I just move on. And that is, a trading plan. When you hear Michael Noss or myself, I don't talk as much about trading plans as he does, but that's all to do with a trading plan. How do you plan to trade? And try to, adhere to your plan all the time. Now, if your plan that you think is wonderful isn't working, obviously you got to change your plan. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:20. So I have no meetings or anything at 2 today, so no interruptions. No webinar for me today. Well, again, another interesting day in the market. The 8:30 CPI came out and just tanked the market, but rallied off the bottom. And it's a very nice rally off that bottom. I was wondering if we're going to get another, like a giant red candle once the market opened. Not even close. Well, if you've had the patience of Job, pets, I suppose, has been okay. PETZ. Very, very, to me, it's been pretty choppy, topping tails and bottoming tails. But yeah, the next high looking left looks like it is 320, right? Yeah, 320. And then after that, 373. So we may later on have to put another little check mark on this one. Something that that worked. Yeah, this one is starting to get pretty ugly, this SVRE, because of the spread action. If you're following, looking at the spread, you can see that it, for a $3 stock widening to 10 cents sometimes, which is terrible. But it's all about that float. Yeah, I don't know if they, I'm not a big conspiracy theorist, that, there is a they out there that's looking at a little stock like this. I may be wrong, but I just think it's all about the float. I mean, 470,000. Had I known that, I should have looked at that. Probably still would have done it. I mean, I did okay in it. I mean, I didn't, I was hoping that it was, try get a little closer to that 390 level, maybe get into the, I don't know, I was hoping maybe the mid 320s. It got up to what, 315. I was kind of looking at the 315 or the 325 level, hoping it would get there. So there's a case, guys. I mean, people ask, about risk reward and all that. So yeah, so my risk reward on this one with about a 10-cent stop, and I made about 10 cents. So, but I didn't go into the trade thinking that's what was going to happen. Now, my expectation was that it could get into the 20s. And so I get at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. I took myself out at a little less than a 1-for-1 just because I didn't like the way it was trading. But that is not, but that, I didn't go into the trade with that in mind. The NADS, man, Dak, that's haven't heard that expression for a long time. I like Zach's breaks. They're about 30 seconds. Probably closes his eyes for 30 seconds and snaps to. ORMP. Well, I mean, I suppose if it get 898, well, 898 is the next high looking left 2 days ago. And of course, it did get up to 1230 yesterday. It turned into a delicious short almost all day. Look at this action on, almost all day. Hardly any pop-ups. Excuse me. Well, my $20 price alert may not occur today anyway for iLag. Yeah, I can't do it, Zach. I just cannot bring myself to chase this, but good luck. It almost came down to the 10 SMA, almost. 1048 for it to hit that 10 SMA. Yeah, I mean, I wish I'd seen that. I may have taken it right there. Pullback player that I am now. Let's see how RYTM is doing regarding that. You see, look at this. I mean, you see how this is just climbing and climbing and climbing. I mean, there's an argument maybe to be made to get back into this trade if this holds. The issue is, of course, that 200-day, which is not that far away. So that, you see, that's just going to stop me from doing it. It's only what, 26 cents away. So well, look at the volume that just came into macrogenics, and you know why I saw it is because in the increasing relative volume, this was leading the way. But it's not here, so I really, for me to do something like that, it probably has to be both because of look at all the resistance there could be. Next high looking left is 1415, and then there's 1420, and then 1435. And to me, there's just too much. Yes, I can, Dave. It's based on in the channel bar, price and volume. Okay, the channel bar, it's called price and volume, but I can certainly share it. Let's see, file, load from cloud, increasing relative volume, share it. So how I'm using it, because I don't want to get into the situation where now I have like 10 top lists, or 10 top lists, sorry, 10 races running at once, okay? I don't want to do that, but I don't mind having this as a bit of a confirmation. So if I see a symbol here and I see it here, that means you've got a couple things going for it. And it's based on here. So Dave, if you go to our doc channel bar and just take a look at price and volume, there it is, price and volume stock racing. That's the channel, and you can see it's right here. Now I may have upped the minimum volume, I may have changed the price range, but it's basically this one right here. I don't know what this one is looking at. The winner since the open, 1 to 100. Who's moving now? Let's take a look at the setup. Change from the open, delta value. Yeah, okay, so it's basically the same as the biggest gainers from the open. I don't see any difference. Yeah, I don't see any difference. The only difference, 10 minutes, I think for me, that's just too long. The reason why is I want to run races so that I could see, a lot of like 4 minute races. So when I have a top 10 list, I could see something that could be fairly significant. Some stock that's won. I mean, a couple of days ago, we had a stock that I think won 15 or 20 races. So you run 10-minute races, you'd have 36 races. I mean, nothing wrong with that, but I just rather have if I want to be a little more active of a trader, I think 4 minutes. I mean, there's an argument for 3 minutes. In fact, I may even set it up tomorrow at 3 minutes and just see if there's a big difference. Mr. Gertz, you're a little late. Yeah, I have SIGA on a thumbnail chart. Yeah, it is. It's been a little less frothy today. I mean, you still got these topping tails and bottoming tails, but you don't have the giant red candles or even the giant, other than the opening 15-minute candle. Its all-time high is over here at 1480. So they had some news today. Actually, they had that news was yesterday afternoon. Yesterday after the market closed. Want to make sure of that. Yes, that happened after the market closed. So $28 million procurement of their drug for monkeypox. What? 26 are from Canada? I didn't know don't really hear too much about it here, but really interesting. 26 million from Canada. Aha, that's why you're talking about lithium, or why you mentioned Elon saying that lithium is the new oil. Yeah, you think about it, if everything is going electric eventually. And so look at it. Yeah, look at LITM just soaring here. Too late for me now, and it's another low float. Snow Lake Resources, Canada. Where are you out of? Toronto? Boo. But it's located in Snow Lake, Manitoba. No idea, Jose. No idea. But if he's talking oil, like to power your cars, I mean, obviously, batteries. I think that was the insinuation. Yeah, this NCNA, man, it's intriguing. Maybe if it takes out this 130 later, maybe. I mean, they won some kind of patent litigation against Gilead. Not boiling hot. I can only really speak for BC, British Columbia, where I live. I mean, Vancouver doesn't get boiling hot. The interior though does. In Okanagan, it can get up to 40. You're in UK, so you know what I'm talking about. Um, yeah, I mean, the rest of Canada. I mean, it's hot. Canada has a summer just like any other. Maybe not Texas 40-degree summer, but it's hot, and you're in the hottest month. Maybe the West, maybe the East Coast. East Coast doesn't get quite as, the Maritimes doesn't get quite as hot. Beautiful. Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, something like that. A little off the beaten path, but you might want to check it out. But if you're looking for a beautiful city, Vancouver is probably one of the best in the world. Yeah, LITM. This is not. Ooh, it is shortable too. I'll bet you are licking your lips, both Zach and William, licking your lips. And we've got one topping tail, two topping tails on the 5. Yeah, no, I read what you posted about Elon, the new oil. So I don't know if this is done yet, but it did show. I know why you saw it, probably because you saw it appear here in your topping play. Maybe Vancouver, Washington, Denver, not Vancouver, Canada. Okay, one moment, please. Got to refill my water. Okay, guys, I'm going to take another minute or so. I've lost the robot. Just a minute. All right, I'm back. Crazy. All right, so this lithium is maybe, LITM is maybe finally getting a little extended here. Two topping tails on the 5 minute chart, three of them actually. What time is it now? 1:44. So about 40 seconds for this last 5 minute chart to close. And so, but we did have a bottoming tail. I mean, the sellers tried, but the buyers did take over. So this is still kind of dicey in my opinion on a short. LITM, a little bit dicey. Yeah, I took GameStop. I used to have a thumbnail. I just can't look at it anymore. I don't know why, but it just ticks me off. It just ticks me off. All right, maybe this is it for the lithium, LITM. I'm actually short this. My stop. I mean, no way do I let it get above 270 if I can help it. So I'm just watching to see if it has a little 260 breakdown. Probably this is more just I don't know what to anticipate really. I mean, it's all about a tweet. Congratulations, Dak, on your pets. I keep hearing it now. PETZ. No, I thought it might have been over 3 for you by now, but I guess not. VLD, what are you doing? VLD. Yeah, the same sort of thing, guys. Just look left. It looks like there's just too much junk to get through. This is an earnings play. FAST fast is one of the few earnings plays, and it is starting to give it up. I mean, it's a big gap down, but it is starting to give it up. Yay! Little move, little move. Or not. So the EVs are getting hot. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, you look left, 675 is the next high, 671. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, little bit of room. Or you're hoping it goes higher. That's okay. Oh, that's okay. This is the warrant, I guess, right? Yeah, this is the warrant for TH. A guy who came in the room several months ago, and he sort of taught us a little bit about warrants, or he was the one who brought the attention that when a stock was halted, but the warrants kept trading. I think he said he made enough money in those 2 days he could retire. Oh, he just was, for instance, if TH were halted right now, like the stock TH were halted, but the warrants kept trading. So, on that first halt, a lot of times the first halt of a stock is usually pretty good. In other words, when it resumes, many, many times it pops higher. Okay, so he brought us to our attention that, well, the warrants don't get halted. So, I mean, that's what he taught, if you want to call it taught. And so you just trade the warrants. We'll have to see one, if, another stock that gets halted, assuming they have warrants. Well, sorry, Todd. This is sort of turning into not a bad little short for me. I've just covered some in that 250 mark from that 260, 260, excuse me, 262. I mean, nothing great, but gives the cat a little extra food today, I guess, or the good stuff. Yeah, you chased it and yeah, it worked. Well, let's see. I mean, there's the next high, 1115. I mean, that could, well, let's see what happens if it takes that 1115. Then the next high is 1170. Yes, 1170. So let's see what it does at yesterday's high. For me, I mean, if it could possibly just base a little bit and then take out that yesterday's high, then, again, you've got 1170 is the next high. Well, we have a halt scanner. So yes, I guess the answer is yes. Jose, we have a halts resumed. Machine gun, that's right. I put but it's one of the scans I'm sharing. So if you go to my home page, so if you click on my homepage link, then this is what you're going to see. Then go to the scan section. Click here on the scan section, and one of them is the halts resumes. Okay. Yep, that'll qualify as an ugly 5. Take your pick. Something's happening. Financing. Pretty cheap to do a financing, but through the 200-day, and it's actually shortable too. Okay, guys, let's see. Well, but I set my price alert for this TH right at the high of yesterday, which is 1115. So boy, rhythm is still, I mean, will it take out the 200 again? I mean, there it is, 852. I mean, it took it out before. I mean, if it can take it, excuse me, if it takes it out again, then the next high looks like 908 or so. Yeah, the next high would be 908. What a 2-day run. Well, Goldman, you're a little late now. Goldman maintains neutral on rhythm, raises their price target to 6. You're a little late. And that was today. So too bad. This would be a good test because, here are the warrants in the 10-day daily. I would almost like to see this thing get halted and then, of course, have a pop for you guys on the resume just to see the TW, the warrant trading. Well, guys, this is getting interesting for me now. Also, the TH. I mean, it's over yesterday's high, 1117, 1121 on the bid ask. It still does have that little bit of room to the 1170 mark. That is the next high. Continues to increasing relative volume. It's interesting. The warrant version has won five more races in the increasing relative volume. The warrant version. Now, this is shortable for me also. At Interactive Brokers, 73,000 available. So I'm not saying I want to short it right now or ever. I'm just remarking it. There are some shorts available. So shorts are probably readily available. Okay, so I'm watching PLRX. It could be interesting going forward. PLRX. They've done their financing, $200 million at 1850, so it's just basically at the financing price. Meanwhile, U just continues to move down. Another new low for U. So now the market everything's negative now. At one point, I think NAS was positive, I believe. Well, this is giving me way more than I thought. So let's make a 2.37. I'm assuming you have I know Todd, you would have a stop in this one, so I don't know where it would be, but boy, look at this. I mean, look how many just new low after new low for you. There's the original alert, 33.84, 32.53 now. Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but boy, that TH didn't look that bad. And I saw you were shorted it. Well, the volume is still there. I mean, the volume is still there. It's really hasn't subsided. Look at the 5 minute. As long as the volume, is still there. I mean, look at that 5 minute bar right there. That is maybe the biggest one of the day. And what time is it now? 2:07. This could turn into probably the third largest and on the 15 minute. So there's still enthusiasm about this stock. Whoa, the volume just is really increasing here. You can see right there the relative volume right there. It's sort of second, but look at the warrant. The warrant's leading the way. RH from yesterday. That was a fun one. RHE from yesterday. Sorry, not RH. Yeah, the crazy low floater. There's the 200 day, 435. Yeah, 10-cent spread. 10-cent spread. 20,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers in terms of shorting. Boy, the volume in this TH is just still accelerating here. I mean, what time is it now? 2:09. I mean, this will definitely be, this will challenge. I mean, these are the top two, of course, over here. The two opening 15-minute candles. Man, look at that. Let me bring a big 5-minute chart out. Yeah, look at this. I mean, look at this. That's what I thought. This is the biggest volume bar of the day in a 5-minute chart. Wow. There we go, guys. All about the volume. Well, as long as there's still enthusiasm. Okay, well, here is the RHE, and it is starting to move. However, look at that 200-day. I guess it's far enough away. 200-day is at 440 on a percentage basis. That's certainly far enough away. The spread is tightened up, 5 cents, 4 cents right now. See, what I don't see is that it's doing anything on this one, though. The RHE. Not that it matters necessarily. They don't have to directly correlate. Did I say correlate? Correlate. But again, guys, if you took this one, be really careful because of that float. Okay. Oh yeah, William, there's no question. But if the volume keeps going, how do we define? I mean, look at this. I mean, right now we're still in, we still have another, 2 minutes for this candle. So the volume is increasing. To me, the volume would, for it to completely give up, that 5 minute, it would probably have to be, in this range here. I'm sure it's hard to see, but because we just don't know. Somebody may have said, well, I guess that's it. I mean, look at that big volume on the five. You get a big chart out again. All these little teaching moments or observation moments. I hate to call them teaching moments, but So somebody may have said, well, look at this. I guess that's it, right? Because that volume bar right there was the third largest of the day after those opening 2 15 minutes, right? So somebody might have said, well, I guess that's it. There's your capitulation. Nope. No, I mean, at some point, yes, of course. But now, I mean, this is going, well, it almost challenged the opening, those two opening 15-minute candles. It almost challenged it. Here's the next one forming. So guys, all I've got right now is the lithium, the LITM. I still have a piece of that. Just see if it keeps moving down a little bit more for me. So far, a little bit of a struggle to get through this 200-day moving average, the 440, a little bit of a struggle. But now you're getting it in your topping tail. I know you know this, but there it is. And not too far away, 427, 438. But, it's the same thing. I mean, going long or going short, 1.66 million in the float. So you've got to be awfully, awfully careful. You cannot leave your screen. But guys, I mean, bounce plays, topping tail plays, like trying to figure out a top and where to short something, they're not easy. It's not easy. If you're new to trading, just forget all this. I mean, this is not easy. Well, I mean, here it is. I mean, the moment of real truth here. 440 is the 200-day moving average. It's at 434. I think it got right to 440. Got right to 440. It just, kind of stalled a little bit. Keep getting that sell, sell, sell though, RHE. That's the audible alert I have for these. Sell, sell, sell. I don't think I really saw this one, AXDX today, but it's had a nice little run, 118 to 140. Next high over here, 144 and then 154. So it's got some probably stall right around there, but I didn't really see this one. I see it's, it's in a race here, but I didn't really see this one earlier. Well, this is getting now. This is getting parabolic now, this RHE. See, this is where it gets dicey because, I mean, if you had Zach's topping scan, for instance, okay, and you get a first alert at 427, you know, okay, should I short it there? Then you get another one at 436, should I short it there? 438, 441, or 448 up here. You know, that's why I'm saying these are not easy. Anyway, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So this TH is not over yet. Doesn't look like it anyway. Now that spread is tight, well, okay, it's not as bad. 440, 443, 446 on the RHE. I don't know. It may not be over yet. Okay, guys, what I'm really, well, actually, this one, for instance, DYN, I'm just looking for something that might be sneaking in that hasn't appeared in any race yet today, but all of a sudden comes out of nowhere. Just not that dynamic enough. And plus, look at it. I'm talking DYN right into the 200-day moving average. Love to see something that, when you look left, there's a massive void or something. Just a minute. Phone here. Okay, guys, I'm back. DH guys, boy, oh boy, oh boy, what I'm not in it anymore, but wow. I mean, this is just a big wow here now. 1170 is the next high. Omer, you guys, some of you guys look at Omer a lot. Omer, the next high looking left is 483. So what you can do, this is what I do. Okay, I've got my biggest gainers from the open, and this is what the race is based on. So this is all about the race. But if I'm, listen, sometimes, wow, look at RHE. It got up to 455 at one point. Man. So sometimes, I'm going to be clicking on these things. Maybe I'm not seeing anything that I really love, even though it's winning a race. So what I do is I sort this column on the position in the day's range. So I'm going to see the stocks that are right at the high as an example. So I see RCUS, I see Omer right at the high, okay, because I've sorted on the position in the day's range. So that gives me another, so this is something, could be something that may gain some traction. So if it gets a little slow in the races, though I really haven't seen a big slowdown, you can just use this top list the old fashioned way, sorting like I used to, sort on the position in the day's range so I can see the stocks that are up the most. I'm sorry, not up the most, at the high of the day's range. Yeah, I do see that. And didn't I say that an argument to be made? No, I gotta check the RYTM. Um, right there, right there. There was an argument to be made to take the trade again, right there, hugging that 15, that 10 SMA. I didn't do it, but a lot of what I do, of course, is just pointing things out. All sorts of different trading styles. Somebody might look at that, go, yeah, I see what the guy is talking about. TTD. So here's one, haven't seen, but I mean, it's only up, it's 1%. Imagine we saw something that we haven't seen yet all day, and it's like 5, 10, 15%. Just something coming out of nowhere. Man, AERC, haven't seen that one for a while. Yeah, he's trying to curl a little bit here, but Bloom seems to be off this one for sure. Not that much interest. But you're right, it is trying to curl. Yeah, it just made another new high, RYTM. Looks like it's going to leave that 200-day behind now for good. Boy, the next high is 908 and then 935, 951, sorry. And TH is still doing it. I'm hearing the warrant. THWWW. Call again, Zach. Look, you know what? Look what is moving, guys. Tease you here. GOEV is having a little, excuse me, a little bit of a move. A lot of hoopla about this one yesterday, which really faded all day. Big deal with Walmart, 4,500 vehicles, I think, up to 10,000. But as we talked about a little bit yesterday, having to deal with Walmart, it looks good on paper, but can they make any money? Because Walmart just grinds the heck out of anybody. So, I mean, it looks good. I mean, I guess I'd rather have one than not have one. But I mean, the market originally pretty excited about it. Got all the way up here to 427 or so. Actually, that's the pre-market today. I didn't realize that. Yeah, so it got up to $5. Your platform crashed, Mike. Sorry to hear that. I guess you're going to have to reboot. Well, let's take a look at SIGA also. SIGA, I think, is now almost an all-time high. Yeah, 99.7%. There's your all-time high way over here. Not way over here, but 1480, almost at the all-time high. Well, yeah, it's definitely you, Mike. Otherwise, we'd all we'd all be crashing. A lot of volume coming into SIGA also, SIGA, a lot of volume. Look at these volume bars. Increasing volume on the 15-minute chart. This one, this one's lagging a little bit. Still has 7 minutes to close or so. 6 minutes to close. See how HTGM is hugging that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, I mean, it finally fell, but I mean, I'm just not good enough to figure out where it's going to fall. I'll be honest. 465. I know Zach was talking about 480 area, but I'm just not good enough to really, or I don't have the conviction. Yeah, Goss, you're right. Goss just made a new high again after the pullback to 890 or so, and now it is starting to move. And there is that 200. That's that 10 SMA. The warrant is still doing its thing for THWWW. This one was a disappointment. The SVRE won a lot of races, but boy, oh boy, it was really terrible spread for a $3 stock. Well, Siga now is an all-time high. Siga, SIGA, all-time high. If you're right there, position in lifetime range, 100%. All right, guys. Wow, it's 2:42 already. So one last look at my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. Obviously, get rid of this. Obviously, a way in which you can take out a subscription. So here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you click on it, you'll see we have 4 plans. I would always start off with a monthly. Excuse me. Always start off with a monthly. You can start off with a monthly standard. I mean, our standard product's great. $84 a month, less that 15%. I'm sorry, that is not correct. I have to get to the monthly. There we go. $118 a month, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll pay this going forward at any time. If you do want to take out an annual, though, we will honor the 15%. And when you do take out a subscription, do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos. It literally starts with the download and installation, your first login, etc. You can subscribe to my daily stock of the day video that I do at noon. It's free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. As I said earlier, I don't think this one triggered. I don't think it's going to trigger this week. TAN, what are we, Wednesday? So we've got 2 more days. Yeah, so the trigger I think was $77, and it's just probably not going to happen. But it didn't hit 77, so there was no reason to take the trade. So before you yell and scream at Steve and tell him what a terrible trade of the week it is, it didn't trigger. Okay, so if you took the trade, that's on you. And yes, I defend Steve. Education, big education section is here. Great user guide. I would concentrate on this top row. Maybe not the multi-strategy window, but I would concentrate on this top row. Here it's all about the races, alert windows and top list windows, and a single stock window. I think, ooh, what's happening? Oh, right. I'm assuming you're gone, right, Todd? You're not in, you're still not long LITM. I don't want to crow about it, say, all right, if you're still in it. I'm sure you can't be in it. Okay, daily support session. So today, when I shut the main room down at 3:30, Chris will take over in our YouTube room, and you can head over there. I'll put the link in before I do shut down. You can head over there for 3:30 to 4:30. He's there Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. There's not one today, there's one tomorrow. Next week we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. Starts off with what is a stock? This is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. This is not a third party. I always say that because we got people wondering, well, is this a third party? And am I going to get inundated with how-to books or things like that? No, 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 no. This is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Put this together, and it is free. And my scans. Biggest gainers from the open that you see in the upper right-hand corner. Man, I've been talking about the daily breakouts, both the breakouts and the breakdowns. These right here. You don't get too many alerts. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the upside and 4 on the downside all day long. I mean, that's not a lot of alerts, guys. Oops. And you'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. And what do I use in the pre-market? The pre-market actives up and down. It's my go-to, my two go-to top lists. And the gap up and gap down, they work in the pre-market also. And so if you want my scans, what I would do is first of all, save my link. Then you can look at the education and my scans anytime you want. Man, that Goss is a tough one though. I mean, look at how whippy it is. Maybe topping tail there, and right back down to 9. These are big percentage drops, 50 cents on a $9 stock. Another one that, got close to the 200-day moving average. That was an interesting area to short it actually. 979, what did it get to? Got to 956, so 23 cents away. All right, guys, any questions? Because typically I'll put myself on mute pretty soon. I will GLSI. By the way, guys, if you were in the room yesterday, you heard me talking about GLSI. And I was saying, you know what? Keep an eye on this going into the last hour. In fact, no, it was at 3:30, I think it happened, because take a look at, let me bring up a big, again, if you were in the room, you heard me talking about this one, GLSI. On that 12 break. What time was that? That was 3 o'clock, okay? So I was on mute here, okay? But look at this action. It was at 3:30 that it happened. 3:30, it went from that's right, it took out that 12 again. And man, oh man, I mean, it jumped all the way to 13. It was a great little trade, I mean, it fell afterwards, but that was quick. No, it is not done. It is not done. I keep hearing this THWWW over and over again. Not a bad week. It's only this is the third day. Last week looked like an excellent week, but that was nothing compared to this week. Well, Denver, if that's the case, then I expect that you will do it tomorrow. Okay, guys, I'm all out of everything now. I just covered the last bit of my LITM. Okay, so I think I will put, and when I say I'm on mute, I can always hop back on the mic. I'm not going anywhere. Okay? Well, we don't, Todd. I mean, we have it at an all-time high now. Now we only go back. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I don't know why we're not picking that up. That is back in two, maybe we only go back 10 years or something, okay? Because you're right. It looks like the all-time high was 1566 back in 2011. So maybe we only go back 10 years. That's probably it. At any rate, that high is what, 1566 you said. Yeah, so I guess I'm not sure why. It must be that we only go back 10 years, even though our chart goes back, longer than that. Surprised. Here's a case, guys. I mean, in from my watch list, SVRE won the race 20 times. Did that mean that it was a great trade? No. I mean, it doesn't always mean that. It just meant that, it kept winning every time it popped up, but then it dropped down. But it would pop up and win a race and pop down. So, well, this was a wild one. This GLSPT. I'm just looking, terrible spread, not very much volume probably. Not too familiar with this at all. Merger, okay. Oh, I see. So this is more like a SPAC. Well, not more like a SPAC. It is a SPAC. It even says SPAC. Okay. Doesn't it seem, guys, like SPACs are years and years ago? I mean, it's only a couple of years ago that they went crazy, but it just seems to me like it was years ago. Yeah, that's a choppy. I mean, obviously on the daily chart, you've got some room to 373 or 320, really, 320. Just for William, just for William, we have JP Morgan releasing earnings tomorrow. We have Goldman Sachs. Oh, next week. Hey, look what happened, William. We have Citibank or Citigroup this week. We have Wells Fargo, but Goldman Sachs, yeah, they're not releasing this week with the rest of the big banks. They're releasing next week. Of course, earnings season starts with Alcoa. But don't you find it a little interesting that they decided not to release with the rest of the big banks the same week? Yeah, it's going to be an interesting earning season to say the least. This is the first earning season that we'll have had like this for a long, long time. They're not done yet? Okay. Okay, thank you for that. So we've had an interesting day to say the least. I mean, now, so the NAS is now positive again. Dow's down a little. SPY is basically flat. And this is after this big, giant candle that opened. Well, that actually didn't open. That was the 8:30 candle on the CPI, the inflation report, the inflation number. I saw somebody posted something about MGNI, but I didn't bring the symbol up. Oh, I see. Big, big drop. Oh, was that to do with TTD? Do you think mentioned it in the same vein as TTD? So TTD had a pop too. You know, this crazy little retailer, I guess, let me see what they exactly do, engages in the business video and online commerce industries, etc. Never seen this one before. I don't think I've ever seen this symbol show up. Very, very low float, about 1 million in the float. Go pets go. Now I can't, you're not in it anymore. Is that correct? Or you're just wondering if you want to hold it? I can't follow exactly where you are with your pets right now. PETZ, just making a new high. 320 is the next high. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in here. So when Chris shows up, Chris should be there in about probably no more than 7 minutes. Okay, maybe a little earlier. I'm just going to put the, wow, pets is really, wow. I mean, look at the volume that came in. Now you should be okay, Mr. Gallagher. Hello. Now you should be okay, Dak. Now you have, what are you going to do? 320 is the next high, and then 373. So this one today has still done it. I mean, I thought Pets was not going to do anything, but look at Pets, 270 at 942. I mean, you had to wait a long time. But so tomorrow, I'm taking them all. Every one of these worked in some fashion. Good grief. I mean, this is really, where are you? You're probably shell shocked now, Dak. You're still in it, right? You're still in it. Oh, you're not in it. Oh, I see. I see. I misunderstood. I was thinking that you were wondering if you were going to hold it overnight. Oh, man, I feel for you because you had it. It seems like you had it the whole day. Dogs? Let's take a look at dogs. Yep. Well, China stocks, couple of China stocks. I got to do it. Is there a cats? What? No cats? Oh, I know Zach. He's not going to lose any sleep. There'll be another one tomorrow, but this is pretty interesting. The fact that it did really not much all day long until 3:15. I mean, that was a pretty, I would call it a super tight range, but it just really didn't do anything. And then all of a sudden at 3:15, and it's all about the volume. Look at the volume that came in. And this volume bar will be probably the second biggest of the day once it's done. It still has another 4 minutes or so for it to close, and who knows? Maybe it will eclipse the 9:45 candle. So, Mr. Gallagher, are you waiting for Chris? You're going to ask me a question if you have one. But Chris will be here in about, say, 2 or 3 minutes. Here, meaning the YouTube room. I mean, I just find this crazy. When the market was really moving higher and higher and higher, my 10-day daily breakdown was acting incredibly well. Now that the market is, there's doom and gloom, and I'm not saying it's moved so much lower today, but, there's doom and gloom in the market. My 10-day daily breakouts are working incredibly well. It's insane.
Market psychology.
There you go. I didn't hear the ping. Wait a minute. You snuck
I was
up
wondering, I don't
on
know
me.
if maybe you had it on Had it on mute for a second. I was
No,
gonna
I
have to
don't
get you
have
on
it on
Slack.
mute.
Interesting.
You know what it is? My music's too, my music is too loud.
All right, I'm doing
There
a lot
we
of head
go.
banging and rocking and rolling, huh?
Yeah, it was the Go-Go's. I freely admit it.
Fair enough.
Oh man,
I'll
yeah.
swap the
Did
screen if you
did you
like.
see this move on pets?
I sure did. It's been on my races nonstop today, and
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we've seen a lot of the same stuff. You know, THRHE had a move for a few minutes there.
Mhm.
GOSS, Box D had that early move.
Early one, yeah.
Yeah, just incredible how many. I mean, what bear market?
Well, what bear market for these stocks anyway? I mean,
Yeah,
some of these low
yeah,
float stocks that just completely and utterly fly under the radar. There's no bear market.
no, exactly. So, I mean, certainly makes life easier as far as I'm concerned. You know, having really honed in swing trading over a year and a half, and then having it kind of taken away from me.
Hmm. Well, as you know, Chris, with trade ideas, we can always find these little crazy ones that move every single day, as
Yep,
you know. So,
that is exactly it. There's never, I don't know. It's one of the first things I remember about everything when I first joined the trading room is, you know, sell in May and go away. What sell in May? I mean, there's always something for us to be pointed at. Always
always
something.
something. Exactly. All right, my
So,
friend, I'll let you take over if you'd like. I see you've got your screen up and running.
yep, made the swap, and you're ready for your bike ride.
I am. I'm hopping on it in literally 45 seconds. I'm actually got my bike shorts on, my shoes are on. Just got to
There you
put my
go.
helmet on. So,
There you go. Safety
okay,
first. Take care,
absolutely.
Barry. I'll talk to you
Oh,
tomorrow.
you bet.
All right. So what do we got? Today is Wednesday, right? Last I checked. Good Lord, I'm terrible at this. Yeah, Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Today has felt like 3 days to me. I've been like that a lot lately. Um, yeah, I mean, just, no short in excitement here. VERU, I took trade in this very early, a little uncharacteristic, and I said, you know what? I'm not crazy about this trade, so I'm going to try to kill it really quick. I took it on the 16 break. I think it was like 946 or 947 on one of these 16 breaks. I took it, and I just was like, this maybe wasn't smart. And I stuck just a sell order at, I don't know, 1620 something. And it came up and tagged it and got me out. And that was the end of that. But, VERU again, presenting a lot of opportunities. PETZ all day long on these scans, and just, kept poking its head saying, hey, I'm around, don't snooze on me, and then bang, a move. This RHE came out of nowhere. I was actually doing a video, and I caught it right here at $4. And I said, this might have that look like it could set up for a few pennies here. And, broke $4, ran all the way up to 460 something. What more do you want here? You can't ask for a whole lot more. Box D earlier in the day. I mean, great percentage move. The entire trading world's been watching this since yesterday. TH again, we always talk about what's extended. I mean, come on. It was extended here. It was extended there. It's extended here. Is it over today? I don't know. I'd like to think so, but who knows what's on? Who knows what's on tap for tomorrow? GOSS, another one here. All day long. Now, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh, I didn't have my chat open here. David Willow, Raj, Gallagher, thank you for the welcome. Appreciate it. And Casey, flat top breakout. Send us something with like what you're looking for on a chart. Give us maybe 1 or 2 or 3 examples on a chart to SUPPORT at trade.com. And we can probably piece together something for you there, a template. I mean, I'm guessing you're looking for something that moved up and is kind of just like basing around towards the top and then is moving up again. I'm surmising that's what you're looking for, but you can send us, a chart or three to illustrate what you're looking for, and we'll see what we can put together for you. Now, this is what I was going to say. I made some adjustments. I thought I had changed my Bollinger Band scans a couple of weeks ago to sort on change from open and not position in Bollinger Bands. And I was not getting the results I wanted on the winners. It was looking, like active things that were in here looked okay, but the winners wasn't looking so great for a while on me. And so I went and I said, something's kooky here. And I double checked to make sure that's what was going on. And it made it a little better. But then I went back in, and actually I just want to show you here. I had in here a change in 5 minutes. I had this filter going right here, that change in 5 minutes. And I had a 0 in there. And that was kicking out RYTM for a lot of the morning when it was still moving in a top mover, because it was making these pullbacks that were taking it, off. It was still on the top list, but was too far down the top list to show up. And then sometimes it was getting dropped off the top list. So I took that out, and maybe it's an anomaly and it's just today, but I've liked the scanning that's come out of it better over the last couple of hours since I did that. So I went back in, and the Bollinger Band scan that I created, that I shared with everybody a week or 3 ago, whatever it was, I just made a couple of adjustments in that, very similar. I'm going to reshare that out here, and we'll see, load it up, check it out, see what it looks like for you and all that good stuff. So Jim, what's happening? And that's that. So just sometimes just a little adjustment once in a while on these scans can make a big difference moving forward. What else? CPI, coming in white hot. Market's trying to shrug it off. It was over the forecast. It wasn't crazily over. I think a lot of people were forecasting 8.8, came in at 9.1. I still think those numbers are all a bunch of nonsense anyways. I think, real inflation numbers and they got to be closer to, I would say, 15+%. These guys, they don't measure what real costs are. Economists and all that, they fairly useless human beings as far as I'm concerned. But overall market, obviously we gapped down, or in the pre-market, it really started to tank and roll over, and we gapped down pretty good size. And, we started to try to move up, and we came right back down, tested that 375 level again, came right back up. And, these lines we drew days ago, and just kind of, fighting around this 380 line now. Head and shoulders look on the 15-minute chart, as I just noticed here. And that would equal us, if we called, let's call that the neckline here to here. And we're looking to come back down again. So we'll see. We're selling off again here and coming back below that 380 line, give or take. The trend, trend is intact, remains intact, I think will. And that's what I could say about that. I think the IWM was getting smoked this morning. I haven't looked again. Wow, the IWM holding up much better than the rest, but terrible looking chart on this daily chart. Well, if you're a bear, I guess it's a great looking chart, but as Steve would say, rainbow of death right there. So, it's trying to bounce and hold this pre-pandemic highs. We can call that constructive, I guess. We'll see where it goes. Sorry, it's just looking at some messages coming in for me here. Okay, so anyways, with all that said, Barry was talking about when I came in, and I was listening to him for a moment about his daily breakdowns, and it kind of reminds me always of, never short in the hole. So he's talking about the daily breakdowns when, right now, while it's, when it's all doom and gloom and everybody, bears and sell and everything, the 10-day daily breakdown isn't quite working as well. And when we get those little rallies, I think, and then subsequent moves afterwards, he's finding that they work better. And again, it goes back to the whole never, that saying, never short in the hole. And to illustrate that better, I like the SPY chart for this, not shorting in the hole. And, not shorting in the hole means this. We make this move down, this big move down. Don't short here, all right? If you think the trend of the market's going to be down, you short after the bounce, right? And then you find move down. Now, of course, nobody's going to, how many people are going to get the top of the bounce? But, you get there, right? And same thing here again. You get this bounce, right? A lot of opportunities to short through there, right? And again, we get this bounce and we short here. We don't short in the hole. So anyways, I think that kind of related to something similar to what Barry was saying. And market sentiment can be a powerful indicator, actually. When you've got everybody is bearish and doom and gloom and all that stuff like that, that means there's a lot of money on the sideline, and it's got to come in and work at some point, And the opposite is true when everybody's euphoric and buy and making so much money and all these stocks are going up. Well, then the same thing. That means most of the money is already out to work, so there's nobody left to come in. You're going to have people that are going to start taking profits and rotating things like that. So market sentiment's be a powerful tool if you have that somewhere and you're looking at more longer term things of that nature. So let's see, pets, dollar resistance a few times. Oh, okay. I got you, Casey. I got you. All right. Now I follow what you're saying. Yeah, exactly, Peter. A lot of word salad. That's what, they're just they're good at putting words together that, don't have any real meaning to them whatsoever. So. The auto start races at time. So that's this here. Come to the race setup. And what happens is, let me change. No, pink. I'm on pink, right? Yeah. Yeah. So auto start, and then you can select the time. And it's saying when this time hits, I want my races to run automatically. But if there's no data in the window, if there's no data in the top list, it won't start the race automatically. So, that's something that I have going for myself. Set that up like that. So nice little feature here. And then I don't think it's been released for you all yet. I know I keep saying any day now this build is coming. I mean, that's what they keep telling us over and over again. And then they say find a bug and they put out a new one for us to test again. But replays are coming. So you'll be able to use this button to replay races. And I think so 1 minute equals 1 hour of trading is how it will work. So if I duplicate this here, let's duplicate that into a free floating window and bring that over. Let's make this nice and big for this demonstration. So see, it auto started on me here because it has that auto start in it. Race setup. And let's see, replay. Let's replay today. And then we'll hit this. And this is how the day started right here. And so, here we go. Where CLVS was through this and, running 940. Now it's at 945. That's what time it would be. It's representing 950. And so you see how quickly it's going through these here and where everything's shuffling up and things. So for those of you that want a quote unquote replay mode, This is what we have to offer at the moment, and that's that. So that's coming down. That's coming down the pipe here, and so looking at this CLVS chart also reminds me of something I thought about earlier in the day to discuss. Is going after some of these big early movers. Big move, and then it breaks the high of the day on this big move, and then whoosh, flush right out, right? So that's why you don't have to go running right into these things here. And I want to re-illustrate this with TH now. All right, if I can find my mouse, where to go? There we go. TH has these two moves, couldn't get up above this level here, right? Pulls back and ends up making this kind of check mark up, and eventually goes on to be a nice move here, right? There's no need to rush into that trade. Let it come back and set up to you. There's probably, if you were to go through charts today, there's probably a dozen or more setups that probably look like this. Are you going to find every one of them on a scan in one individual scan? Absolutely not. There's no scan that finds everything, obviously. My point being, though, is that, let things come to you. Set price alerts. Don't go rushing in. I'm half telling this to myself too, because I have a tendency to once in a while rush in as well. But let stuff come to you a little bit. I know it's a pain. It's painful to watch things that you're like, I should have jumped in at 10 minutes after the market opened. It just never pulled back and kept running. But for every one of those that does that, how many trades did you get in the first 30 minutes of the day that looked like it was ready to run and ended up doing that after you got into it? Compare apples to apples in that sense, and see what you come back with for results, and how being patient might have saved you some heartache and pain. I know it does for me. So it was kind of like with this VERU. I jumped in it pretty early, and I'm like, I don't think I really wanted to be in that. And so as soon as it made a move up, I was like, I'm out. Not for a big winner or anything like that, but and then it ended up moving against me. So and it never really came back again off that 16 break. That was it. So recognizing that I rushed into that trade and closing it quickly, saved me a lot of heartache today. Here goes ORPM again. I don't know if it's really going. We'll see. If it could break 9, maybe. I mean, still, basically 2.7 shares traded, 2.7 mil shares traded today. Of course, has the float, so it can do some nutty things and all of that. So, all right, I think those are my big talking points and bulletins. Let's see. I think it was Raj yesterday asked about TAP. So TAP's hanging right in there still. I said, it's a decent looking chart there. I think it was yesterday. It was the day before. I can't remember now. Decent looking chart. And again, we look at that base there, that smaller base, and this bigger base that it's rolling out of here. And some room. Whoops, that was a terrible line. But I think you can see what I'm trying to illustrate. Up above this 60. We're at 58 here. So we'll see. Decent looking though. And all things considered with the overall market, how this is moving as compared to it. And I guess, people want to drink their woes away, but they don't have any money. So they're drinking inexpensive beer. I won't call it cheap beer, but less expensive beer. I don't think I've ever drank a Coors Light in my entire life. Definitely drank a Coors Banquet. I don't know about a Coors Light. Anyways, moving along. And GOSS looks like it's trying to pull up on high of the day again here. Some solid volume on that 1 minute volume and 5 minute volume still there. Some options volume in it today. No, I got to change my column order here. It changed after I removed something. I'm going to move you up the line now, though. Oh, no. I did the wrong thing. Column more. There we go. Short. Float. That give me what I want? Yes. Perfect. Great. Terrific. No, it reversed everything. I'll have to mess with this later. Look at volume that's really coming into GOSS, though, right now. Phillips Brewing. My drinking days are over for quite some time now, so you never know. I mean, I may have a drink again. It just doesn't really strike me the way it used to. RLMD. What are you doing? That's interesting. Big spread on that. This is what I mean by big spread. Look at this. Here's your bid. Here's your ask. So you got an 8-cent spread going on there. Not big, but you know, you don't want to get filled here and then it moves against you. That would be really unpleasant, to say the least. Nasty rejection. You just said it just got rejected. Let's take a look. We'll see. We'll see. Kind of cradled by that 8 EMA right now. You know. Can it explode through? Only time will tell. Let's see what else is moving live right now. PETZ. So that really gave it up. We'll see what happens now. V-Ray, haven't seen you in forever. That's interesting. TG. TX. Just grinding. That's nonsense. Well, I had some serious stuff come in.
Goss.
Oh, there goes Goss. Trying. There it goes. There it goes. Can I do it? Can I do it? Watching that time in sales. Some serious volume coming in now. You can see these coming through here. So, I mean, what's better than live data? Come on. This thing with these columns still. There we go. Now we're back. That'll work for me. There it goes, trying to push on 950 again. See if it can push it. All right. Anyways, moving along. Keep an eye. Throw up another price alert there. Here's another one. Why you don't chase early in the morning. This thing gapped up, massive gap up, move sideways the rest of the day. There's some other examples I had of that today that I saved. Kodak, another one. This thing has done some running. I mean, look at some of these moves that it's done in the past here. So we know it has the capabilities of doing it. And, you had that big topping shadow and a big topping shadow again, and then kind of gave it up and just never really got going. 5 to 510 is not exactly the move that I'm looking for. I mean, a winner's a winner, but all the same. FRO is another one, made some noise real early. Didn't get quite going as I thought it might. And again, we can see this thing can really boogie on some days here. So GA, this one, this was the one that might have got away on me today. Still, this is super tough trader because this thing, the spread can open up on it out of nowhere. I mean, look at this candle here, You're up here sitting up at 470 something, and bang, wicks all the way down to 420 and change. Oh, IS is a buyout. There you go. Yeah, I traded. Just had this one in VERU early. Like I said, I wasn't feeling very confident about it, and killed it for about 20 cents. I think I got in at 1603. I got out at 1623. I wasn't feeling it. And then I took some TH again. Approaching in here. And I took some, and when we got towards 11, I killed it. I took some right around, actually took it at 40. 41, 42, I took it somewhere in there. And then I killed it at 10.99. And that was a wrap for me there. I was happy to walk away with that. I mean, obviously kicking myself because it continued to go, but I was involved in some calls and meetings and support tickets, and I said, I'm happy with that, and I don't want to take my eye off of this, and I can't track it and watch it. So that's what I had to do. So it looks like GOSS so far still couldn't do that. Couldn't do the 950 dance yet. We'll see. We got we're at 6 minutes left. I didn't realize. I thought it was still like 1:45. I didn't realize it was as late as it was already. Yeah, I think that $0.50 resistance has got it. And I'd say it's not just $0.50, but, look, going back, Jesus, that was terrible. Look at this whole thing going back here. This has been a resistance for a very long time, 950, over and over again. Again, as I always like to mention, for my efficient market hypothesis fans, explain that to me. Explain that to me with your efficient market hypothesis. You can't. Yeah, it needs volume, and it's fading, and it's running out of time. Less than 5 minutes before the close. So, but who knows? Close is strong. Maybe it runs in the after hours. Always a possibility. I was looking at what is it, KWeb. Just checking that out. And see how that reacted with everything. And KWeb's up on the day, so it's trying to defend this level. If it can defend that level and start to move up again, I can get bullish on it again. But can't be bullish on it right now at those levels. The FXI doesn't look quite as nice now. So it's kind of funny how they flip-flopped on us. As I'd mentioned, I guess it was maybe the end of last week, the KWeb looked a little more fadey than the FXI did. And then the FXI ends up being the one that's really moved down. BATI, what are you doing? You're making some moves here. You're making some noise into the close. OPAD. Some of that going on too. Big red volume bar. Let's take a look. We're green on the 15-minute, red on the 5 minutes. So we'll see. We've got the SPY here really fighting. Bring over that, and let's bring over this here to compare counts, and we can see, the new highs versus new lows. And the small caps are outpacing on the new highs. And even though they're outpacing on the large caps, not by as much, actually. And we can see it's trying to make this move, the SPY, to reclaim that. To close over 380 would be big for the bulls, I think, all things considered. Close underneath it, we're right where we really are anyways. Bulls can use any win they can get. So coming down to the wire. Move that back out of the way. Yes, the best trade is no trade. A lot of times, a lot of times. Got a number of stocks on here that were that in my price alerts. X RTX. That was one. CLVS. We went through some of these other ones already, so. So anyways, that's kind of that in a nutshell here as we move. We're inside 2 minutes on the close. And that's that. So I do have a meeting at 4 o'clock, a support meeting, so I'll pop in and out of being on mute and kind of let you folks, if you have some questions, ask those to get me engaged. If the meeting's easy and quick, then I'll just be more engaged here, but I do have to make an appearance in it since I work in support.
Goss.
And Goss hits the 50 on the close, basically. I'm actually, if you all could hear that, I put sound alerts back on trade ideas for the first time in like 3 years for me. I'm using it on my price alerts window. That's a wrap, folks. So that was not a very good closing candle for the SPY right there. A big green candle for Goss, not so much for the SPY. Twitter was up today. Let's take a look real quick here, and then I just have to log into this meeting. TWTR. So well, maybe it found itself a bottom again, nearing that bottom from before Elon decided to make all those waves. We'll see. You never know. Never know. So give me a moment here. Anybody with questions, please fire some questions away for me here. Keep track. Just putting myself on mute for one moment. All right, so just swapping mics around and things like that. I'm back for the moment while we're all settling into our support meeting. All right, so interesting stuff here. And I don't know, that's all I got. What else? What else is happening? So again, we'll just look at that SPY really quick here. Don't even look at any sectors here, see what was up. So yeah, it's not a great look from the SPY right there. Not a great look from the SPY right there at all. And then looking at this here, UNG. So UNG trying to make a move back up. Be dry, and that's really that important. Interesting move from the pet rock people here. Let's see what that means. So it's interesting. Biotech continues to look, strong relative to everything else. Lithium ion, no, not so much. Interesting though. Where's the IBB? Whoops, hold on 1 second. All right, sorry, just had a call coming in. IBB is way down here. So interesting, the IBB as compared to the XBI. Very interesting stuff. There we go. All right, so energy looks still pretty sick. SMH, same thing. So bear theme, unfortunately. It's sad to me. Didn't see anything, other than that IBB being a bright spot, or XBI. Yeah, that's that. And then TAN, I saw a run come through. Still, looking at that with TAN, I mean, not great looking, but trying to find these green shoots, if you will, and that's it. So they're hard to come by. That's really that. So. Sorry, just popping in and popping in this support meeting that we were doing. But that's it. You know, there's not a whole lot here, you know, to really touched on kind of all of it. I do find it interesting that, you know, gold was actually up today a bit, but, you know, was that a relief rally, or do we have a kind of double bottom happen? I don't know. So, anyways, that's what I got. So, all right, I just was chiming in that support meeting. You know, we're talking about trying to really get this next build out for you folks and putting it through the ringer and getting these bugs worked out. And then on a side note for anybody here, I see my numbers have kind of dwindled and a lot of you have logged out already, but I will not be here on Friday. So you'll be going it alone on Friday, folks. And that's that. Get that sector list out of here. And here's one interesting. So this is that. This is one of those windows I said I've been back testing without changing it since. Thanks, Rush. It's not a. It's not a. Not a long weekend family wise like that. I have something going on Friday that I can't miss, and so I'm going to be gone for the whole day. I don't particularly like missing days in the market, but it is what it is. I can't not do this. So less pleasure and more business, unfortunately. But so this is this window that I've been back testing since the middle of December. I haven't really made any changes on it since then. And before the market really topped out, like the end of January, we started really feeling that change in the winds of a bear market. It was back testing really great, and then it's not been so great since. However, I've just been running it again. I just run it every couple of days just to check it out, what it's doing. And again, the thesis behind this is when we get in a semi-trending up bull market again, I'm curious to how well this might do as a bot. And so, just looking at it here, if we were taking, 300 shares with a $3 commission, and I'm using that as a slippage number here, this is where we are on it right now for those numbers. So this is just no commissions. This is just commissions. This is commission slippage. And, average winner to loser isn't completely horrid. This has taken a turn down recently, and the profit factor is taking a slight turn down. We continue to get beat up and sell off, and this is not looking completely terrible. So I do wonder, when we get to that, that turnaround, these are some really wicked days here on the market. This was another, wicked day. So you got to wonder if we get more back into a trending market and we cut those looking like this instead of way down here. Even if we took a little haircut on these bigger ones, there are more winning days than losing days overall. What it might look like. So anyways, just, thought, I shared this window a bunch of times. I can share it again if anybody wants it. And, just those are the kind of things that I, keep in the back burner. You never know when you might want something like that. So let me find that in case anybody does not have that window. Load from cloud, off. Highs, breaking resistance, version 3. Copy and paste. There you go. Thanks, Todd. I'm going to steal that. For a testimony and feedback. There we go. I agree that the racing is really, it tones down the amount of data you need to be taking in one shot. Great overall. Yeah, I think it was a great trade. It came up, Peter, yesterday for me actually. I never ended up taking it. Obviously hindsight's 2020 and all those things like that. And then, just had this nice move here, based a little bit, another little push up, based a little bit, and then gave one last push up towards the end of the day here. So we talk about extended, and look, is this extended? Yes, but also look at this for extension. So could RYTM do that? It could. There's no reason it can't. Is it likely? It's no less likely to do it. So, we ride these things until they're dead with proper risk management. That's all. We don't go running into them blindly, obviously. We have a plan, why we go in, when we go in, how we go in, and how we get out to either side, up or down. But when you've got things that have that potential for that big run, having live data and putting them front and center, just, no missing that. And RYTM should have been coming in on the Bollinger Band scan. I mean, had it win 9 times here. So definitely should have been coming in on that scan. See this? What was it just moved? Something was just moving and caught my eye. I lost track of it now. Darn it. What was it moving that I saw? There was, that was something else I wanted to show everybody. There was a bio that had a nice set of moves and then just completely collapsed and started with an A. I don't think it's any of these ones. Miss it. Oh, I got to remember that for later today, but apparently I forgot it. Because I like to always reiterate the danger of holding bios overnight. And I'd be darned if I could find it. Shoot. All right. Well, I'll keep it in mind for moving forward. So, all right, we're at 20 past the hour. Oh, yeah, I can show that scan. Sorry, I was reading something here. 8. Share. Copy. And paste. There you go. Perfect. So there's that. So we shared that scan. Hey, Chris, I was sent over here from chat to inquire about connecting this feature directly to my IBKR account. Yeah, we can walk you a little bit with that. Essentially, what you're going to do is you got to get your API settings in Trader Workstation set up. Let me find a video that will go over the settings for Trader Workstation. Now, this is a long video, but as far as the Trader Workstation part of it, you only need, I can do this right, you only need to watch the beginning, but I would suggest you watch all this video at some point. Then, and I'm not just going to give you links to watch. I'm going to go over some stuff with you in a moment, but I want you to take these links and like bookmark them just so you're, so you have some more guidance afterwards on all this. And then this is our brokerage plus from the user's guide here. Drop that link. All right. So keep those. So SD, keep those links in the back pocket. And then if you've got a screen snap tool, all right, I'm going to show you the API settings, what they actually do look like. I just got to take a screenshot of it and bring it over, but I don't want to drop my account information on screen. So, all right, here we go. You got this here. If you can snap a screenshot or something, that'll make it nice and big. But this is what you need to have. All these that have check marks in them, all right? Everything with the check mark in it, you need to get a check mark in your Trader Workstation settings. In every one of those, you need to import 7496. That should already load that way, but just in case it doesn't, logging, detail, API 30, send market data, and allow connections from local host only, all right? That's what you need to have set up here on your API settings. You might also want to go into your precaution settings and take a look there as well, all right? And just make sure all your bypasses are checked on that. And then it's as simple as this. Let me get rid of that. You're going to go to new and open a brokerage plus window, all right? And that will give you one of these here, and you're going to go broker and IB. I'm not going to connect to my IB account here, but it's the same thing if you click trade ideas, simulated trading, as you clicked IB. All right, so if I click simulated trading, you're going to see it's going to connect. All right, and so now we got a green bar here. All right, connects. And then down here, where it says account, you got to connect the account. So up here, you connect the broker. Down here, you connect the account, and you do that by just simply clicking on it. Be there with IB, click that, and that's it. And the rest is here. You buy, sell, your share size, or do you want to go in at dollars instead? Your market limit, stop limit, all these different items in here, and then send the order off. You have some quick buttons that are over here, and you have some very customizable quick buttons that you could do through tools, options, brokerage plus, orders, and quick buttons, and all that's in there. And all this is also covered. Some of this stuff gets really in depth, so take your time. There's a lot to it, but it's very powerful, very worth getting into it. And a lot of that's covered in the user's guide that I shared with you as well. That section of that user's guide. Let me get rid of these items because I can't see if anybody's throwing chats at me. All right. This webinar, SD, I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern, with the exception of this coming Friday because I have something I have to attend to on Friday, so I won't be here Friday, but I'll be here tomorrow at 3:30. We also do this at noon Eastern every day. All right, Todd, you take care. Michael Anthony, I didn't look. I'll take a look in a moment for you at the chart. Take care, Todd. So yeah, SD, I personally do this one every single day at 3:30. And then we do another one at noon Eastern every day. I do the Monday one, but then there's different people here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on those days that do it as well at that noon Eastern. So you get some different personalities in here, different trading styles, different scans, different market philosophy, different market thoughts, and all that. So I just know that I'm the best out of everybody. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. So many, really, all the other fellows that do this with me, I actually learned from them. So no better crew to learn from than them. And then also SD, if you're not familiar, this live stream actually is open all day long. It's a Q&A at the noon Eastern hour, and then again at the 3:30. But a gentleman named Barry opens the stream at 9 a.m. Eastern each day and runs it as a trading room. And there's a full all-inclusive trading room as well. So I think you're a new user here. So SD, can you do me a favor? I want to send you a bunch of links. You too, Raj. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. SD, if you can send me an email here, and I'm going to send you a bunch of links to some really great support stuff. There's a getting started series that's like 3-4 minute videos, a few of them that I think are just such an outstanding series that it'll take that learning curve and make it so less steep. You'll really get a hang of this fast like this. So can you send me an email to support@trade-ideas.com and just say, hey, I was in the support webinar and Chris had some links for me for education, and I'll send those over for you. And you got it, Mike C. Thanks for popping in. Always appreciate it. And we'll get you rolling like that, SD, to make sure you're good. And then we also have a live support chat on the website that you saw. That was, Steven there. We're actually, people are on vacation and things, so we're a little thin there for the next day or so, next couple of days. But you can come there during the day. Most of the time, I live in that support chat too. So you can find me in there a lot of times if you got a question about something. And then that email that I had you sending into, it's another email to get to us, late in the evening. You just got some kind of thought about something. Sometimes one of us is monitoring it, sometimes not. But we get to it. We get to it eventually. Like we're always monitoring it. Just it's more actively monitored during the day. So good deal. And then Michael Anthony, you were asking, which one were you asking? WBD. Where's my mouse? WBD. This could be interesting. We got 2 billion in the float, so it's going to take something to really move it. I would say, you got to get clear of that 15. But if you get clear of that 15, no reason it can't work its way back up to this, I'm guessing 17 level, I would say. I think also, this is one of those things where I think you're going to want AMC on your side. You don't want to see AMC do well because, more people going to the movies in general. And you're also going to want to see streaming services do well too, because, they're going to sell their content to the streaming services, the WB. So I think, you really got to kind of clear that 15 and then, you can make it happen, Captain. That's what I would say. Below the 15, you're looking to retest this low here for sure. That's what I would go with. So that's my 2 cents there for you there, Michael Anthony, or whatever my 2 cents are worth. Inflation and all that. So, all right, 4:30, folks. That's going to be a wrap for me. I leave you with the thoughts, now of it's a bear market. That's all there is to it. Cookies on the table, take them. Today I give a prime example of this with VERU. And while there's plenty of runners in a day, I said, I don't know, VERU, while it looks strong, did I jump on it too early? And I did. I absolutely jumped on it too early and I killed that trade. And even though I killed it for a win, it was a small win, but it was much better than getting stopped out down this way on a rising 15.8 EMA, which is what would have happened to me. I absolutely would have got stopped out of that. I just reassessed and rethought what I was doing and saying, I really jumped the gun on this. So bear market. Treat it like it's a bear market. That's all there is to it. So have a great one. I'll see you all back here tomorrow to wrap out my week here, and we'll get some more content done. All right. Take care, everybody. Thanks.